Nathaniel. It's Tucker. I can't see the game. I can make guesses. Curran. Curran. It's going pretty good. I'm just kind of bumbling
Gee,
around. Got a lot of sleep after the long stream and long drive of yesterday. Ooh, it does look like Kevin is gonna open for that Chinitsu. Can't open for Churin, unfortunately, so abandoning that dream, but
gee,
that's a dream that is usually pretty okay to abandon, given that it is such a rare hand. Well, and you figure that even Atazuke, you're probably going to be faster than the Chinitsu on your right, hopefully.
gee, gee.
Oh, yeah, Kevin is now Ishanten for that Chinitsu. And that honor drop might be a little scary. After playing, wow, does feel fine dropping the Dora though. I guess even to Amy, the Dora does not look particularly scary with the 4-peen 2-peen drop. Oh, there's the Chun. Probably keep the Chun over the once cut east.
Boom.
Both in the wall.
Sumo.
Amy's hand just has not been able to find Tenpai. Oh, there's the sumo. And going into this second dealership, Amy's starting with a pair of the Hatsu and Turyanmen in So. So if the Manzu and Pinzu can shape up, might be able to put together a fast hand. Kevin on the right, nice shapes in Sozu, hoping to probably make
Boom.
Pinfu, though one of those Kanchan will have to become a Ryanman for that to happen, of course. And then across the table, Loose now with a probably not going to go Honitsu with a complete set in So, but does have a pair of Easts and is already Ishanten, which is fantastic. Although you can't call, oh, you can call the East because you have a pair of 3, so that would be fine. And then on the left, Christian has an Anko of the 9 So and a complete shape in Mon, but this is another Ishanten that's kind of unsatisfying because you're going to end up on a bad weight no matter what. And then we have a shift sideways for Loose across the table. The Dora North were almost the first 3 discards of the round, 2 from Avi and 1 from Loose. So Nobody was holding out hope to get those. Interesting decision here for Luce whether to hold on to this 6 mon or not. Having the 3-3-4-5-6-6 shape when you already have two other pairs in the hand can be kind of awkward. Amy slowly cutting away everything that's not a Sozu tile. The Sozu shapes have filled out, and the Pinzu and Manzu have not improved at all. So that hand could actually become a pretty nice Honitsu. Now the 1-pin isn't going to help there for sure. With the Hatsu already called, you'd really like to be able to speed up this hand a little bit. Another pair drawn into Luce's hand, just can't seem to avoid them. It's going to get rid of the East now, so could call for Tanyao. Is Ishanten taking that approach?
Hmm.
There's a 3-so, so it's going to take the Sanminchan instead of the many pairs that were in hand, keeping the East as a safe tile for now. You're sounding good. I can hear you. I never had any problems with your voice on my end.
Okay, well, hopefully this is okay. I'm getting a couple sound bugs, but...
Well, and now we have Riichi Pinfu on the right for Kevin, waiting on the 5-mon and 8-mon, 3 of which are already discarded, and 4 are in hand. So there's only 1 left in the wall for Kevin, actually. Ooh, this 8-pin. Okay. Christian's going to take the Tenpai. Doesn't call Riichi. This is Riichi only, waiting on the 2-mon and 5-mon. Or not Riichi only. There is no Yaku, because Riichi was not called. Not willing to chase yet.
There's the chase.
One round Sumakiri chase. So now we'll be waiting on the 2-mon and 5-mon. And the 5-mon, obviously, we've already discussed being essentially dead. The 2-mon, though, we only see 1-ups. There's still 3 of those left in the wall, despite how late in the hand we are.
Yeah, Lu's still out here.
Amy also was able to find Tenpai eventually, waiting for the 2-so and 5-so. Oh, but the final 8-mon in the wall is going to come out and deal in across the table into Kevin, which is going to put Kevin above 30k and into first. So even though Christian's weight was better in the wall, that 8-mon rather, ends up coming out, and we move on to Kevin's dealership with the 1-so as our new Dora. Hand has some okay shapes. You'd like to draw around that 6-pin and maybe go for a 4-5-6 Sanshoku. At the very least, could aim for Pinfu. On the right, Luce has an Anko of the Chun, so we'll see if she's willing to call this, make it a little bit quicker, although it's already a very good 2 away. Across the way, Christian with another heavy Manzu hand. We've seen a lot of those so far. And there's another one. Oh my goodness. Just that 2-3-3 shape's kind of sad to get rid of, but you're probably willing to if you're able to pull in even 1 more Mon tile.
Yeah, these Mon tiles are pretty crazy.
Such value. Yeah, the Manzu is just like desperately wanting to be drawn today.
Wouldn't you wish?
It's always fascinating too when someone has a flush hand and then someone else at the table, like half of Kevin's hand is Manzu, so they might end up tying each other up quite a bit.
Yeah, you would wish you had the Anko of South back.
Oh, 3 Souths in the discards, but those were understandable discards given the hand you were dealt. There's another 9.
Then Amy on the left, looking to make it just a normal hand here. Riichi, maybe Riichi Pinfu.
Oh, wow, these draws.
So how greedy do you want to be here? Do you want to make calls and open this up for another Chinitsu attempt?
Well, this is Ishanten already. I feel like you have to open if you can.
closed, you could get Baimon. Sanbaimon even.
That's true. The issue is the only person discarding Manzu, as always seems to be the case with. God, there's the Force South.
Oh
That
my.
hurts. The only person discarding Manzu at the moment at all is Amy, who is the worst person to be discarding Manzu from your perspective. There's a 1. Does not elect to take the Chi and take Tenpai waiting on the 8-mon.
Still holding out hope that you can draw it yourself. And here's a 4th Chun. Will lose Call Con eventually. Potential for the Con, but you're still Ishanten. Don't need to necessarily take it right now. Especially given that you're in first place overall in the standings, you don't necessarily need to increase the variance at the table. Let somebody potentially get a big hit off of you. And Christian still unable to find the proper Manzu draw. 8-so getting drawn into the wrong hand there, and Amy has found Tenpai winning on the 5-so, 8-so. Although that is Yakulus right now. The 3-mon comes out, and finally Christian decides to open here, but this is not Tenpai. This is just a very wide Ishanten. There's Tenpai now after calling the 9-mon. It's a 2-mon, 5-mon wait for the big hand. And that 5-so, of course, will not deal in. But instead, Christian with the big sumo.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. That's going to put Christian in the first place. Almost dropped Kevin below 30k, Kevin being the dealer and all.
And so we move on. It will be Luce's dealership. Slightly below 30k, but this is your chance to make some points. Has a pair of North, pair of set of the 8-mon, nice Yaman shape in the Manzu as well, and that really nice Pinzu shape. This is looking very good as a starting point for the dealer. You have that Dora 2-mon, kind of wondering if that will stay in hand. Maybe if you draw another one, you can discard the North to go for Tanya Dora 2 or 3. To the right, we've got what looks to be the makings of potential Itsu and the Sozu. Outside of that, just nice tiles to have in hand to build around. Across the table, we have, well, with that 9-so discard, looks like a shot at Tanyao with potential other pieces. Maybe Rishi Tanyao. And to the left, we've got a fairly average hand that's looking to call the Hatsu and complete and move the dealership around.
Does have one of the Dora 2-mon already in a very nice shape, though, so can get good enough value to steal first.
And Luce has drawn the 1-mon, so potential to incorporate the door into the hand now, but it is Amy who finds Tenpai first. There's that Tanya Ricci with a beautiful 3-sided 5, 6, 8 pin weight.
We'll get Pinfu on the 5-pin or 8-pin.
8-pin just drawn. There's actually only 3 tiles out, so 9 remain in the wall. Amy looking very good for a big sumo here. And Luce responds by discarding the North pair, not willing to fight into this just yet.
Has 4 8-mon. It would be interesting to see what it would take for Luce to be willing to con those.
Now, Kevin, on the other hand, calls the Chi on the 4-mon. Maybe with the 2 Dora, has incentive to fight here, and then to redraws the 4-mon. So how are you finding Tenpai here? Perhaps you drop the Hatsu pair and go Tanyao? Or if the Hatsu gets dropped, you maybe drop, I guess, the 8-pin pair, or you could drop the 5-6-so set. I guess
a 5-6-so set doesn't look fantastic to drop. Oh, there's the 8-pin sumo there.
And the Uda is found for confirmed Mangan. A beautiful hand from Amy, and that drew together beautifully. It went for the Tanya right from the start and was rewarded. So Christian now, second dealership, has the Chun pair, calls immediately, and will now just try to make a dealer continuance hand. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of value here and some awkward shapes, but has all the blocks needed to press forward. Amy, on the other hand, with a lot of pin tiles, could make Ipeko in the lower Pinzu. Could could also just aim for Pinfu hand. Wants to include the 7-mon Dora that's sitting out to the left of that hand. Across the table, we've got this is Ishan 10, a very nice Ishan 10. Already, after only 2 discards in, you've got 2 Dora as well, so we can see Reach Pinfu Dora too. And then to the left, we've got the North pair. That is Yakuhai, but not much else supporting it. Really, it's just a matter of how quickly can Kevin get Tenpai, and how good will the weight be.
That 4-mon doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. I wonder if the 5-so is a better floater than the 4, just because you might find yourself with some Fujiten issues if you were to, say, draw the 3-mon. Oh, and the 6-so is drawn. Immediately backfired, but you, of course, can't know what's in the wall.
That's the advantage of the Kutsuki Ishanten, as Eric was teaching me about yesterday, with that 5-mon floater being able to draw anything around it into Tenpai. And there's the 3-mon that you mentioned. This would be a Furiton Ricci if it comes out.
But it is 3-sided, and you might just take that anyway.
Yeah, for Dora 2?
Yeah, Ricci, Dora 2, Pinfu. Yeah, and you're guaranteed sumo as well, so it'd be Mangan minimum. Instead, chooses to go the Tanya route.
I honestly feel like Furiton would not have been horrible there. I probably would have just taken it, honestly.
Yeah, 3-sided Fujiten is pretty common, I think, to take as a reach, so it also puts a lot of pressure on Christian, who has opened once. But perhaps, because Christian has opened, Kevin might be thinking he's close to Tenpai and doesn't want to throw in a stick for nothing, knowing that you have to sumo.
Has maneuvered the hand in a way to be willing to open it for Tanyao, though, which is a big help for escaping the Furiton situation, for sure.
Yeah, Lusa's drawn on the left into a pair of north and east. Hasn't seen any of those tiles come out yet, and Christian maneuvers into Ishanten with pairs that need to be called. Well, it's a different type of Ishanten, and it's a little awkward because there are actually no more 8-so left to be called here.
And there's the Dorapon for Kevin. So Kevin now has shifted the Ishanten to still be a Mangan, but now with a Tanyao that more than likely will not be Furiton, since the calls will allow Kevin to choose more easily what the weight ends up being.
Exactly.
There's that 7-so. That would have been our sumo had we kept the Kutsuki Ishanten earlier.
Yeah, in this case, you'd ideally like to draw the 3-6-mon, get that beautiful 3-sided weight in the Pinzu. Let's see, we haven't really looked at Amy's hand. She's been drawing a ton of Pinzu tiles, not willing to drop 4-so there to go for the Chinitsu.
Oh, Luce has drawn the 3rd north, now has an Anko of the Seat Wind and an Anko of 5-mon.
Yeah, how...
It's still not Ishanten, though, right?
We're Ishanten
now. Oh,
now.
now is. Yeah, with the 6-so discard.
So calling here for Tenpai would still have that Furiten issue, because the weight would be 2 5-mon. Thinking about it, though, it's getting late, and does choose to take it. Oh, chooses to call in such a way that you don't get Furiten. That is very clever. Unfortunately, the weight is the 5-mon, and we can see all the remaining 5-mon are in Luce's hand.
And Luce abandoning the norths, just exiting, just giving up on this hand at this point, given the Dorapon.
Yeah, with the second call, you know for sure that Kevin is Tenpai. And you don't want to deal into anything expensive, so just bails out of this. Can switch the weight one more time. Chooses not to. And the last chance to deal in is right here. And it doesn't look like that will happen. So we find ourselves in a new Kyoku situation. And it doesn't look like anybody found Tenpai, except for Kevin. So was looking to be a Mongon hand, ends up turning into just 3,000 points. But that does put yourself in second place and shifts the dealership around to Amy's second dealer turn.
And brings you above 30K, which is pretty important. Especially Christian and Amy here are the two people who are in the most tenuous situation. Kevin needs to get quite a few points to reach that promotion range of the top 5, and Luce is pretty safe, so it's just needs to hold on to about where she is. But Christian and Amy are right in the middle of perhaps not promoting, perhaps promoting, and want to get as much as they can.
Yeah, with 5 promotion slots, you're looking at aiming for, well, currently plus 56. So starting out with a positive result, even if it's a small positive result, is still fine for Kevin, assuming that you can continue that in the next games. And we'll see a quick poll of the 1 pin for Luce. Looks to be aiming for Junchan. Ishanten
Although
already.
this could become all terminals for what it's worth.
That's true. You draw the 9 mon, you're extremely happy. And will Luce go for this? Yes! Oh, I love this play.
Oh, yes. And we've seen Luce make very good plays for value throughout the whole season. And I believe this would be the first.
Tenpai!
Holy shit!
Oh my goodness. 9 mon, 1 so. And they're all in the wall. Oh, except for the 9 mon. Christian has one of those, and one of those has been discarded. So just 1 so that's in the wall. But that 9 comes out! Oh my goodness.
Holy cow, a Yakuman for Luce! All terminals! I believe the first all terminals that we have seen.
This is unbelievable. And that's the second Yakuman that Luce has gotten this season. And just unlucky for Christian, you never expect to see that, ever. I think that's the first time that I've ever seen a Chinroto. Second time I've seen a Chinroto.
It's the first time I've ever seen Chinroto, and I play a bunch of Sanma, which is where you kind of expect to see it more.
Well, throw that in the highlights.
Absolutely incredible, but God, what a killer result for Christian. You were in a great position, and now you're in the negatives. And it's South 3. It's not like you have a dealership or time to recover. Oh, no.
Yeah, this will be extremely difficult, but fortunately, Christian has a little bit of breathing room, and you can come back in the next 3 games. You'll just be trying to make as much as you can out of this game with the remaining 2 hands. And, well, Kevin also wants to make up a little bit of ground here. Calls the South Wind, is aiming for a fast, well, it looks like 1,500 here, as we don't have the door just yet. Of course, there is the opportunity to draw that into hand. To the right, Luce, after that big Yakuman win, is Ishanten ready for another Dora 2 hand. Ooh, and a con from Kevin.
That flips the 6-pin as the new Dora. We do have Luce Tenpai now. Taking it, waiting on the 2-pin and 5 so. There's no Yaku, so can't win Dama.
Yeah, potentially waiting for upgrade around the Sozu shape. Or to draw the new Dora. And Tenpai for Kevin on the 3-6 pin. Of course, a second 6 pin would be amazing, but it looks like all those are getting locked up in hand. And looking around the table, there's a third 3 pin, so the 3-6 is getting kind of difficult here, and Christian is now Ishanten.
Yeah, if you're Kevin, you'd love to draw the 5 so, actually, even though you would be abandoning the weight on Dora, you could still lock that Dora into hand and have a potentially more winnable shape with the 2-5-8 weight. Because you imagine now that the 6-pin has been flipped, people are going to be trying to hold on to that tile.
Yep, 5 so does not deal in because that's Luce's winning tile and has not declared reach on that. And now decision time. Chooses to discard the 1 Dora. And after drawing the 6 pin, Luce breaks Tenpai. The weight has become much worse with the 2 recent discards.
And this isn't a very good Ishanten either, really, other than waiting around that floating 5 so, because you've discarded. Well, you've seen every 8-pin yourself, so a lot of the upgrades around. Oh no!
What a symbol
draw.
but Luce doesn't need those points right now. I think the main concern is just not dealing in from here on out. If you can just coast the rest of the way through this game, you will most likely guarantee your spot.
Christian has been Dama waiting on the 4-mon for quite a while, was Yakulis, so couldn't take it, draws the 3-mon and elects to change the weight to the Champon 3-mon 6-so, and does elect to call Ricci on that weight.
Yeah, we see not many of those remaining, but the 6-so is kind of tricky. It is Nakasuji, given the discards, and the weight really looks from the discards that it should be a pin weight, and that's absolutely not the case. It's the other two suits that are dangerous. It looks like there's only one 3-mon remaining in the wall.
Do you see any particular reason Luce was unwilling to cut the north and the east there?
I mean, two is pretty safe here, but I think maybe just saving the north and the east so that you have the 2 tiles closest to the end of the game are guaranteed safe. Has the east been cut yet? I actually don't. Oh, it was once cut at the beginning, so the east wasn't necessarily guaranteed.
Kevin will maintain the dealership, though, being Tenpai at Exhaustive, and Christian getting 1,500 points.
So slowly
if you're
chipping
Christian,
away.
you actually wouldn't mind just getting 1,500 points for about 13 repeats in a row between
Right.
you and Kevin.
Yeah, at that point, Amy and Liz would be knocked down a little bit from having to pay those out. Of course, that's very unlikely, as we see reasonable hands around the table here. Kevin, as dealer, starts out with what looks to be Ricci, but could shift to Tanya eventually. To the right, Liz has the potential to call the Chun, and has a Dora that's actually double Yakuhai if you can pair that up and maybe triple that up with the south. Double Yakuhai, but Dora as well. And then across the table, we have the pair of Chun, so that's Mochi Mochi with Luce. That might be a little bit difficult, but I'm assuming Christian's trying to aim for reach and not necessarily opening and going Atozuke, waiting for the Chun. So it might not be the worst. And then for Amy, we've got a very standard hand aiming for Pinfu here.
Perhaps 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku as well.
Oh yeah, very good point. And maybe hangs on to this 3-so because it could end up as a pair in the hand. But would definitely love to get the Sanshoku, increase the value here.
But without your dealership remaining, you're probably thinking of your real competition is with Kevin at the moment.
Speaking of Kevin.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
gonna Ricci, 5-8 pin. Ricci Nomi.
Yeah, did draw into the Kanchan 2-4-so, which was definitely the shape you wanted to draw.
The 8 is kind of a sneaky weight. Someone could eat the 7, the 9. That 8 sitting in the middle looks kind of safe. And Amy's got one of those. We'll see. It could be a shape in the hand.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That would have been a Tanyao upgrade, but you don't want to pass up this Ricci.
No, and there goes the 8 after drawing the 5 pin. So Ricci no Ura will be 2,000 points and another dealer repeat. Well, we said we wanted repeats. That one doesn't help Christian particularly, but you get another chance to make a hand. We start out with Kevin as dealer again with really nice shapes here. Could aim for Pinfu and maybe Tanya as well. Just chooses to discard the door immediately on the first draw, as it looks like this hand isn't heading in that direction. To the right, we've got Luce, who's got really nice shapes as well. Maybe even a chance for Itsu and the Pinzu, but outside of that, Ricci or Tanya or Pinfu is a possibility. Across the table, we've got Christian with the Hatsu pair. Could call for a faster hand, especially going to be difficult because we see the Hatsu as the door indicator. So there's only one left, and you have to make that decision the first time it's discarded. You really want more than an open hand, though. Drawing a second Dora, now you're willing to call the Hatsu or the Chun or really anything that comes out. It might even aim for, I was going to say Honitsu, but that early 8-mon discard might not. Might be the opposite of Honitsu. Well, to the left, we've got already an Uncle of the North Wind and could call to move this hand along fairly quickly.
It's worth noting that another Haku has come into Christian's hand, and if there's one thing that'll bring you back from negative 2200, it's a Yakuman. So is it at the very least pushing for the Honitsu now, and would be a tricky Honitsu with that 8-mon being the first discard, although we have Tenpai from Amy first on the left, waiting on the 2-pin and 5-pin.
Drew the perfect draw, the 7-pin, to get that nice weight, but Christian's drawn a third door, and I think you have to go for this. Calls the Hatsu, retains the Haku in hand, so there's still the opportunity for Shosangan or Daisangan.
Kevin discarding safe tiles.
Yeah, 6-mon is safe, but you can also get Tenpai here, as the 5-mon could be your pair. And Christian's just going to go for it. This is Tenpai. Will Kevin choose? Does declare Ricci, waiting on 3-6, so we can see that there are 3 left in the wall. Compared to the 2 left for Amy, as a lot of the 2-pin and 5-pin are in Kevin's hand.
Yeah, and with 2 Haku out, Christian now discarding that Haku.
Oh, but the 5-pin is drawn by Amy, so this is Ricci Tsumo. You have your win pay, and then the Ura as well makes this Mangan.
That's an absolutely massive win for Amy. Now only 12,000 behind Luz. And unfortunately, Luz has those 200 extra points at 52.7 as opposed to 45. Does make it where a Mangan Sumo will not change positions.
Yeah, so we'd need the benefit of another Ricci stick on the table in order to make that happen. Of course, Luz starting with an incredible pair-based hand, but also callable too. Grabs the Haku, can call the East as well, and the lower Pinzu tiles might aim for Toy Toy here. Oh, chooses to take the wider shapes though.
Yeah, perfect Ishanten. When you're already in first hand, you're probably looking at the same thing. If one Ricci stick goes on the table, you know a Mangan Sumo brings you down. So taking a quick 2-Han win eliminates that possibility. So there's a lot of value in the quicker hand as opposed to the more valuable one.
Yeah, 2,900 is nothing to sneeze at, and the already Tenpai winning on the 1-pin, 4-pin. Amy speeding things up along as well, has the South and now the Chun. So this will be Tenpai on the 4-mon for our 3,900 point hand, as the Dora was called.
Would you take the 4-mon from Christian? You probably take it from Luz, I suppose, but would you take the 4-mon from Christian, or would you try to hold out in case you're able to bait it out from Kevin?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think if it was just the 4-mon, maybe not. Now that you have the 4-7 weight, I think about it a little bit more. However, with Luz being what is you'd assume to be Tenpai after 3 calls, I think you just grab the win. And here we have the Tsumo. That will actually do it.
Yeah, the Sumo's enough by just 100 points.
Because you have the Anko of the South win, that's 8 Fu, plus the Chun, and you're looking at a 40 Han hand now.
A 40 Fu hand, not 40 Han. 40 Han would be worth.
Oh, did I say 40 Han? Yeah, the 40 Fu hand is enough by Tsumo to knock Kevin below 30k. So Luz with a big win. Plus 35.1, and a very big second for Amy as well, plus 20.7. Faye takes a little bit of damage, that's Kevin, negative 5.1, and Christian, after dealing to the Yakuman, sort of unluckily, down to negative 50, and we'll see how that affects our standings.
Yeah, well, what's going to be the big victory for Amy here is a plus 20 gain is very good, but now that Christian took that negative 50 and you are 49 points ahead of 4th place, you're in a much better position overall, especially once you consider that Anthony, who is in 5th, I said 4th, I meant 5th, Anthony, who is in 5th right now, has already finished his game. So
that's true.
It's really just Gina, Kevin, Vincent, and you, Nathaniel, that can overtake, and that's going to take a big positive.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. With that Anthony was in 6th place, I believe, but after that big hit, Christian fell below. And if that can stay that way, and then the my table, Gina, me, Andre, Minko, we just stay even, there's actually a chance that Anthony promotes. So could be very interesting.
Which would be massive, because Anthony was actually sitting in the demotion range before his set of 4 games, but in the very first one took an absolutely massive first and then continued to play well throughout, which got him up there. So that'd be a pretty great Gyakuten, kind of Lee Gyakuten there.
Yeah, final round. Do you know how many points he happened to earn out of those 4 games?
No,
not
I try
offhand,
not
probably.
to think about it if I'm being.
Well, it definitely would be an incredible sort of comeback, gyakuten, for Anthony to be playing in one of the lower tables in the snake round, and all of a sudden just sneak your way into promotion. And of course, so many more games yet to be played. We still have 3 more at this table. The next one will be in just about a minute or two. Yeah, how about that Yakuman?
Oh.
I love the fact that you could have taken Junchan Tenpai and instead just went all out for it and then just drew perfectly. I think the next draw was the 9-mon. Just immediately rewarded.
And all terminals is really a great hand to do that with, because even when you see 2 terminal calls, you're not thinking all terminals. You're thinking, even then, probably Junchan or Chanta. I remember there's an episode of a Mahjong anime featuring a girls' nationals tournament that is very popular among people who play Mahjong, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Trying not to mention brand names for some reason. I don't know, just dancing around it. But that's actually one of the exact things that happens in that game, where a character's like, I'm really good at defense. I think that they've got maybe Junchan. I'm going to discard this 9. And then they deal into all terminals. And it was, I'm sure, kind of that exact situation that just occurred at the table.
Yeah, that 9 had been once cut. Were the calls 1-mon, 1-pin, I believe?
Yes, they were both 1s.
Because there was the chance for Sanchoku Doko. If the 1-so
that
had
would
been
be a
discarded.
pretty funny Sanchoku Doku. Sanshoku Doko. I can't. It's like a tongue twister.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been funny. You drop the 1-so, you deal, and you think, oh, it really was Sanchoku Doko? Man, it's probably like Sanchoku Doku Chanta. 3,900. Nope, Yakuman. But instead we saw the 9-mon come out, and that was good too. Well, we're into our second game, and it is Luce's the first dealer. What do you feel about these hands?
I feel that there's... Pevin, unfortunately, is starting kind of behind the ball here, and Amy's honors are not very helpful, but Christian and Luce both have hands that I think they could take here.
Yeah, more pairs now for Luce. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. So perhaps the opportunity to go the Chitoi route. Across the table, it's Christian who's starting to draw into those Pinzu shapes, and it's Ishan 10 already for, Richinomi right now, but you could even draw into the Dora and shift things around a bit. Get a good weight here. Let's see, to the right, we have Kevin who could call the Hatsu. Has some So tiles, but not necessarily an Itsu just yet. In fact, gives up on that as the Mon tile is drawn in. Now you've got a nice 5-6 shape there. And then to the left, of course, we have Amy, who's looking to make Pinfu probably with the 2 Dora.
Reach.
Oh, but there's the reach. And Totsu, we've got Christian with the 4-7 south. Sorry, 4-7 so, and the south as the winning tiles. And of course, south is a great weight here. It's not your wind. You've been discarding fairly normally, so it's a sort of unexpected deal-in tile. But you'd really like to see the 4-so, as that is the Dora.
Yeah, I love guest wind weights. They're by far my favorite Shenpon-esque weight to take. Although Amy here would certainly chase if she's able to draw into Tenpai.
There is a world where Amy could even find Sanshoku, 3-4-5 Sanshoku here. And I wonder what you're willing to discard in the Sozu. You keep drawing them. and not willing to discard any of them. In fact, chooses to discard the West pair, and this could shift to Tanyao now.
And I feel like you would open. I mean, you'd be willing
Absolutely.
to push a Mongon open
Gee.
hand against this Ricci.
Yeah, grabs a Chi here now, headless Ishanten. Ideal pair, I guess, would be the last Dora, wouldn't it?
Unfortunately, there's no real way for you to. The only way you could effectively call into Tenpai would be with the 4-pin, since both the 4-so and 7-so are winning tiles for Christian.
Yeah, well, this is Tenpai now. So chooses to wait on the 5-pin. And Christian down to one remaining tile in the wall, just one last 4-so. There are 2 5-pin in the wall, so actually the Tonki weight is wider here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about the South Wind. Where are those? Those are still in the wall as well.
Yeah, you just made my eyes cross when you said that. I was like, wait, where are they? Have they already been discarded or in people's hands and I didn't notice?
No, I just forgot that was part of the weight. Because I want Christian to win on the door. And there's the South, so it finally comes into hand. Ricci, Tsumo. There'll be a lot of food here, just 30. Because of Sumo knocks it down a bit. And, well, a relatively small hand, but you're off to a good start.
That's one of the rare situations in which the foo is actually exactly what it equaled. That was exactly a 30, and if you were able to find even one more foo, then
Yeah.
you would have gone up to 40.
You get the 8 from the South Anko, and then you get the 2 from the Tsumo, and then your other shape that looks like an Anko isn't actually an Anko. It was a 5, 6, 7, and then a pair of 7s. So you don't get anything else out of that. But Kevin grabs the dealership now. Starts out with a great starting hand. Probably wants to shift away from this 8-9 penchant and make this Tanyao on top of things.
Well, and then on the left you have a pair of Chun for loose and a pair in the Pinzu. Might shift towards that Manzu Honitsu though, with the draws being as they are currently. That's certainly perhaps the only way to make that hand finish with so many lone honors.
Yeah, this is 6-pin is an interesting discard from Kevin. You can kind of see the thinking. Do I drop the 8-9 penchant now? Do I drop the 4 and keep that shape? Save that decision for later. Let's drop the 6-pin and confirm that as your pair. I kind of like choosing one or the other instead and keeping the flexibility in the pin, but there is overlap with the 3-4 shape and the 6-7 shape. So that kind of makes sense to some degree. And you're Ishanten right now if you go this route.
Yeah. Amy also Ishanten, having called the Hatsu, is locking in the 1-pin as the pair and keeping the Haku around.
Well, now you've paired it up.
Oh, what do you do? Discard the Pinzu?
I like this play. This aims for Chanta.
Oh, Chanta. I didn't even see Chanta there. I was thinking more Honitsu, but Chanta is much closer because you're still Ishanten for the Chanta.
Exactly.
Which is better.
And of course, you can call the Haku this way. So if you're aiming to call the Haku, then you're deciding, do I drop the 7-8 or do I drop the 3-4? And you might as well choose the one that gives you a chance at an extra Han here.
Unfortunately, the 9-pin, which we're now Tenpai waiting on for that Chanta, there's only one left in the wall or discards, but the 6-pin's going to come out from Christian first and just deal into the 1 Han hand.
Yep, gave yourself the chance to make a little bit of value. Didn't happen, but I still like the thought process there. And so Christian now, first dealership. It's a really tight game. Christian's actually in the lead with 31,000 points. Starts off with an awkward pair of the 6 and 9, but outside of that, you have all your blocks. And so with some good draws, you can find Tenpai quickly. To the right, we've got what looks to be the makings of a Pihu hand once you discard all these honors. Now a Dora 8-mon drawn. So we'll see if that can be used in the hand. Across the table, Luce has a pair of the West Wind and can call that and push the dealership along. It's getting really good draws here as well, so might even pass on the first one and try to make a Ricci hand. To the left, Kevin actually just discarded away from the pair of Chun, seeing that 2 had become discarded already. And this is just an awkward-looking hand.
Oh, and then draws another Hatsu, which is kind of a shame, but you obviously you didn't really know that when you had 2 Chun.
Yeah, when you discard pairs of honors like that at the start, you just have the feeling, I am 4 tiles behind the rest of the table.
Yep.
And, well, that would be correct. Luz has called the West and is really aiming for the fast hand Ishanten already with a beautiful Samanchan in
Boom.
the Manzu, and then of course the 6-9 so would get you to Tempai as well. Perhaps because of that, Kevin, trying to speed things up here, calls the Dora 8-mon and perhaps going to slow down the rest of the table because that's a Dora call.
It is a Dora call, and it is nowhere near Tempai.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a bluff almost because there's actually no clear way to find Tempai. Toy Toy, you can switch to Tanyao, you can hope to pair up the East Wind. You're thinking about all of these things. Now Toy Toy is less of an opportunity since the second 9-pin has come out, so you're aiming for Tanyao here.
There's Tempai for Christian.
And do you want to
It
fight
would
this?
be a Champon wait.
1
Does declare the Richi, so it is an 8-pin 6-mon Champon for Richi Nomi. And now the question is, well, Kevin, how much do you want to fight this? So far, playing with relatively safe discards. Kevin's actually got all the blocks he needs to make Tempai. Just needs to discard the 9-pin and the 3-so.
Yeah, how much you're willing to push a Tushanten Mangon is a pretty interesting question.
And
Because it's Tushanten. That's kind of an issue once someone's called Richi.
Right. Yeah, the 9-pin not incredibly safe looking here, but comes out anyway ahead of the 3-so. And then the 6-pin will have to follow unless you shift your shapes around a little bit. And it looks like to the right, Amy has sort of bailed out. Actually, still Ishanten, so not choosing the widest way of getting to Tempai, but rather the safest. Luz, on the other hand, looks to be bailing. All right, decision time again for Kevin. Which way do you want to go with this? Thinks the 2-mon is a little bit safer, given that the 1 and 3 have been cut, perhaps.
The 3 was cut after the Richi, though. I tend to ignore cuts after the Richi for anything other than Suji.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of indication of what's going to be safe here. Maybe you'd think that the Sozu are okay.
Honestly, Manzu looks wildly expensive. I would have been a lot more tempted to discard the 3-so.
And now Kevin does draw the 5-pin, which deals into Luz. Actually, Luz found their way back into Tempai, which is incredible. The 2-5 is the weight there for West only.
Oh, Amy. Well, Amy can't take... Yeah, that the 5-pin and the 8-pin can't really coexist in the hand as long as there's a pair.
Oh,
Which
but
right now there's not.
Yeah, Luz draws the 7-pin and gives up Tempai right before the end of the hand. And it's Christian who finds the 3,000 no 10 payments after
A pretty
throwing the
huge 3,000 no 10. I mean, you were Richi only anyway, and
Yeah.
you weren't going to get Urasan given all of the Dora already being out. So pushing everybody beneath 30k just with no 10 is massive, and this is going to be an incredibly quick hand to take your Richi stick back, especially since you can incorporate the Dora 7-pin.
Yeah, I always love getting a speedy hand like this right after throwing out a Richi stick. I just want to reclaim that as soon as possible. And to the right, that also looks like a fairly speedy hand as well, like perfect shapes for Tanyao. Not even going to keep the 8 around to potentially grab the Dora, and there's even a route for 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku here. Across the table, that's a bunch of pairs. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And that includes the West, which is Yakuhai. Oh, but Christian's found the Tempai. And Luz deals right in.
3-mon's going to immediately deal in.
So not a bad result for Christian now. You're on your second continuance of the dealership. This hand is a little bit more average. We've got some awkward shapes pretty much everywhere, so just hoping to draw a little bit better. You've got like all the blocks you need, all 5 of them, but they're just bad shapes. We see a quick call across the table for the Chun. There's a pair of Hatsu in hand and a lone Haku, and the remaining Haku are all on the wall. So, could we see another loose Yakuman?
Is certainly considering it, that's for sure.
Now, keeping the option open, not willing to drop that Haku just yet. Looking at the other hands to the left, that looks spicy. Chance for a 7-8-9 Sanshoku there, and you've got a Dora in hand as well. Just no pair right now. Oh, well, you pair up the Dora. That helps.
Oh.
Okay, chooses to keep the Manzu shape. Of course, if you draw,
ポン
1-4, you can also complete a sequence there. Oh, now tough choice here.
The Hatsu Pon has been made, so now we have the single Haku in Luce's hand, just waiting to be paired up.
And now Amy draws one. Is not ready to drop it, but there's a pair up!
Oh my goodness!
Oh no! Surely we don't see it.
Yeah, do we have POW? Surely we do, right?
I was about to spout an answer that I realized I'm actually not 100% confident, so perhaps if Edwin or anyone in the chat has the rules up.
リーチ
Oh, but a Ricci from Kevin. And this would be Ricci Sanshokudora 2 on the 9-so. Ricci with Pinku as well.
And that 9-so is the Takame, and if Luce gets the shot at the Yakuman here, the 9-so would be what comes out. Well, I guess you could discard the 5-4 shape with the 5 being safe. But the 8 would leave you Furitin.
Yeah, this is a really good dodge. Of course.
With that 5-mon discard, if Pow's not in this league, which I have no idea still, as soon as I saw that 5-mon discard from Luce, if I'm Amy, I'm dropping that Haku immediately. Just because that 5-mon looks so much like a fold, at least for now. Like, I know it's not dealing into the Yakuman at the very least, and it's almost certainly not dealing into Kevin.
Yeah, the worry is that you get a call,
ズモ
you drop a tile, and now they're tempai for the Yakuman. But it is Sumo instead. Reach Sumo, Dora 2, and an Ura makes that a Hanemon. So Kevin with a beautiful hand. Did not get the Baibon there.
But the Ura giving the Hanuman there dropped Christian below 30k again. So we still just have the one lone player above 30k, and just now it's Kevin.
Yeah, we're approaching the start of the second half. It's Amy's last dealership before that happens. And we're going to skip Amy's hand for just a second because I want to look at all those honors in Christian's hand. Calls the North immediately and could call the Haku as well. We see the Hatsu gets paired up in Amy's hand, so Daisagen probably not, or definitely not on the table anymore. We'll see if this turns into a Honitsu or just a couple Yakuhai hand. Now,
Yeah, this is a really awkward hand to figure out whether to go for Honitsu or not with the 1-6-8 so and then the 2-4-mon.
Yeah, and it's not in the door suit either, so it would just be Honitsu Yakuhayaku, which is Bangan. That's good enough. For Amy, has gotten a couple good draws. Still 2 away from Tempai, and if you want to call the Hatsu, then you need to find a different pair. To the right, we've got Luce, who's aiming for perhaps a 4-5-6 Sanshoku. Is 2 away from Tempai there. And maybe Pinku as well, depending on how the draws come together. Across the table, this looks like Tanya, potential 6-7-8 Sanshoku, Nyan Shanten, with a Dora.
Amy has entered Ishanten, however, cannot call the Hatsu for Tempai, as the Hatsu is currently the only pair in hand.
Ooh, do you just reach this? There's a good argument to wait.
Yeah, the biggest issue being that the 17 is the Dora indicator tile.
Exactly. And also...
there's another Hatsu for Christian.
Yeah, you can upgrade on a lot of things. You can draw another Dora, you can draw the Hatsu, you can draw the 2-so for Sanshoku.
If you draw the 2-so, do you Richi the Sanshoku or do you Dama?
Ooh, that's a good question as well. So it'd be Sanshoku Dora for 77. I guess that's fine as a Dama too. Especially because you could still pair up the Dora and wait on the Dora and the Hatsu. Oh, Now, after the call, getting near the end of the second row, Amy decides to go ahead and throw the stick in. So Ricci, Dora 1, waiting on the 7 pin. Looks like there's 2 left in the wall. And Christian drawing more dragons.
The Akumon, of course,
Sumo.
impossible now since the Haku have been paired up. Oh, but Amy gets the 7-pin Sumo.
Oh, Udatsu. That's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
So turns that into a Mangan, and that's why you Ricci.
And we have another new leader. I feel like we've had a new leader every dealership.
Yeah, it's been pretty back and forth in this matchup. And Amy with Ishan 10 after the first discard. With a potential north and west weight, which would be amazing.
That's another favorite of mine. Good old double guest win Shanpon.
West comes out, will not get called here. Look to the
As long
right.
as you can't call it, it's not. You would have no Yaku.
Yeah, I mean, you could sort of try to work your way towards Toy or something, but it's a little too far. And you're Ishanten, you just play normally here. To the right, we've got the makings of a Ricci Nomi. Maybe you try to draw Jora. Maybe you try to turn this into Chinitsu. Across the table, there's an East pair. Could be called here for Yaku. Also a lot of Sozu tiles, so perhaps can make Itsu here, or even push all the way for Honitsu. To the left, it looks like your standard Pinfu type hand. And in fact, 2 away from that.
Yeah, and Amy drew in a 3-pin to create a second Ryanman in hand and discarded the Dead Wests as a result.
Yeah, we have Tempai across the table as Kevin draws a East Anko. Tempai the 3-pin, 2 left in the wall. I'm curious, would you take this Tempai or would you drop the 2-pin, 1-pin and aim for Itsu? Or just a better weight?
Being so close to Amy points-wise and really wanting the first here, I think I also would have Dama waiting on the 3-pin.
Yeah, well, we see the switch now to a Tanki weight as the 4-mon Anko's drawn. Now switches to the 9-pin. It will continue to switch until the ideal weight is drawn, probably.
リーチ
Or until Amy goes Ricci. So Ricci waiting on the north and the 3-mon. North sitting in Luce's hand as a safe tile is not so
could
safe.
come out right now, yeah. The 6-mon is Genbutsu, though, but Luce has no more Genbutsu tiles.
Yeah, it looks like a fold here.
Oh, there was another 6. How did I not see that?
Well, we'll see. All right, here we go. Question time. 1-mon just got discarded. So now you've been gifted 2 more save tiles. And of course, questions for Kevin as well. Do you want to Ricci this waiting on the Suji 9-pin? It looks kind of good. Or do you just Dama hoping that it comes out naturally? For now, we see the Dama, and presumably the 9-pin would leave Luce's hand eventually. Uh-oh, Christian just drew a north.
Yeah, the main thing that would keep me from calling Ricci in general here would be, well, what if the Dora does not look very good with that 6-pin Ricci, but since the Dora was dropped the turn after the Ricci, the value of the hand you're dealing into is kind of limited.
Mm-hmm. And now Manzu looking like the safe suit here, so it actually isn't because there are Binzu, 3-mon is the weight.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say on the 9-so draw, I would have tossed out the Ricci even with just 2 draws left. The 3-6-9, the 3-sided Tanki, the possibility that comes from your or Amy's hand, I would have taken that immediately.
As it is,
and the 3-so did come out in on Amy's next draw.
Oh, I see. It's a little bit of misfire there. You kind of expect the 9-pin would have come out eventually, but Luce playing some very good defense. Did not discard into that. So we have Amy with another dealer continuance, this time with a pretty average hand. 2 Penchant shapes is not amazing. So we'll hope to just draw better here. That 7 pin is a good fill. To the right, we've got Luz, who's aiming for perhaps Tanyao here, perhaps just Pingfu. Can include the Dora 3 pin. Across the table, looks like Tanyao shapes here as well. Also wants to draw the Dora 3 pin into the left. Potential Itsu and the Sozu. Other than that, you're aiming for Pingfu as well.
There's a lot of normal hands.
Yeah, Amy picking up the East pair certainly helps out, and these draws have been actually really strong for Amy. One of the East win has already been discarded, but Luz is hanging on to one. That might come out eventually. Like right here, maybe? Not yet.
The 4-pin is such an efficient tile. I guess the 3-mon is as well, but if you're aiming for Pinfu, you didn't want to draw into the 3-mon Anko anyway.
And despite being in 4th currently, Luz still playing a little bit towards defense here, being in the lead overall in the standings. Can eat a 4th, or even 2 probably, and still advance comfortably.
And does in fact discard the East once the 1-mon is drawn into the Ishanten there. So Amy, of course, calls it and is now Ishanten as well.
Oh, and now that 4-mon upgrades the Luz's hand to Tanyao. Has anybody else made progress? Well, it looks like Amy found
that's
Tenpai.
Tenpai for Amy. Yep, waiting on the 7-so.
Would just be double East for 2,900.
リーチ
Oh, Tenpai
However,
for
all
Luz.
3 of the 7-so are completely tied up.
Yeah.
And there's Ricci for Luz, waiting on the 3-so and 6-so. That's Ricci Tanyao, Dora 1.
4 left in the wall here.
ツモ
Ipatsumo, okay. Richi Ipatsumo. Tanyao Dora and 3 Ura!
Holy cow!
What?
For the Paimon!
Well, Luz is no longer
Ura-san?
in 4th place.
And then Sumo's a Paimon with Urasan to retake first, and we have another new leader!
When you're running hot, you are just running absolutely on fire as Luz. And it starts off with a bunch of Tanyao pairs. This hand could be a lot of things. We'll wait and see how it develops. To the right, we've got Pinzu draws could be Itsu. 2 away from Tenpai there. Across the table is the Haku pair. Perhaps you're trying to make 6, 7, 8 or 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, but it looks more like you're going to find Tenpai before that happens. You've got a Dora, so you could just Richi that. Chooses to pass the first Haku, as it's very close to Tenpai, Ishanten. And then to the left, we've got Amy with your standard Pingfu shapes.
Would you have passed that Haku as well? This is something I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah,
The second Haku, just the first Haku for now. Then we can talk about the second
Right.
Haku.
I like the first Haku pass because your Ishanten, you want to make more value than Haku Nomi or Haku Dora 1. Like Richi, Tsumo, Dora, maybe Ura's Mangan. So I like the first pass. I think the second one's also fine because you're still, it could be your pair, and you're still Ishanten to potentially make a Mangan with Tsumo and an Ura.
All right, so what do you think about Luz passing the 3-so Pon to enter Ishanten for Toi Toi Tanyao Tenpai? Got Ishanten for Toi Toi Tanyao.
I don't know if that one-so was there before. It is now Tenpai for the Ipeiko. Might be a little bit of greed for Suanko. I mean, why wouldn't you? With the way the games have been going.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a look at Yakuman 3 times now?
Yeah.
And won one of them?
Oh, and it breaks Tenpai here. I think Luz is just playing with the mindset of, I'm going to not put myself in a position of weakness. I'm not going to open myself for the chance of dealing in. And if that means that I get Sumo down to 4th,
1
that's fine, but I'm not going to, physically do that myself. And folds here.
And now we have Tenpai across the table for, well, I can't actually see. Okay, there we go. Waiting on the 6-pin. Kanchan wait on the 6-pin. No, that's not.
No
It's
Baton.
2-5. No
Yeah.
baton. Jesus.
So the first reach was Amy's, Riichi Pinfu, waiting on 3-6. Riichi Pinfu, yeah, 3-6 against Sumo. So just the 3 and 20 isn't super expensive, but that is enough to move Amy to first place. Another dealer change, or it's another leader change. And we move to Kevin's dealership, who has a fairly reasonable starting hand, 2 away from Tenpai, and Adora to boot. To the right, we've got a reasonable Pinfu type hand, 2 Dora as well there. Across the table, there's a Chun Anko already. Not a lot of value outside of that, so this is Amy who can just win a quick hand and try to push things along towards the end, although she will have final dealership. Or could try for a Riichi. And then to the left we have Luce, who has an Anko of the 2-mon. Now that could end up being used in a different, all 4 of the 2-mon in hand. So you could think of it as an Anko and then a 2-4 shape. Or we could see the con. But given the way Luce has been playing, I think we'll likely not con here.
Despite how fun it is to smash the con button.
Right. Maybe this is game 4 with the current standings, just have some fun. But right now, definitely is not in the position to do that with the hand state. It's kind of far away right now from Tenpai.
And Kevin pulls in the 3-pin, finishes the worst shape in the hand, and now has a fairly nice Ishanten. Oh, is now Tenpai is going to call Riichi immediately, waiting on the 7-mon Kanchan for Riichi Dora 1.
You see how fast that Riichi was taken? Kevin was definitely looking at that shape and thinking, all right, if I draw the Pinzu, am I going to wait Champon or Kanchan? He had already made up his mind, just discarded the 8-mon to wait for the Kanchan.
And I like the Kanchan here as well, especially calling it on the 8-mon. You have 1, you see 9-mon already discarded, and does end up getting the Sumo.
Ooh, and the Ura.
Oh, gets the dealer Mongon for, you guessed it, another leader chain.
Well, this has been certainly thrilling, and this is another beautiful hand for the dealer. You've got Pinfu shapes and Adora. And you are extremely close to Tenpai. Well, I shouldn't say extremely close. That's a good draw. But you've got beautiful shapes to find Tenpai quickly. And we've got a quick call across the table. Amy's got the Haku. This is the south round, so the south wind would also be another Yakuhai, and looks to be aiming for the Honitsu. So Yakuhai, Honitsu. It's a fast route to Mongon. There's the south call as well.
Yeah, and hesitated for a moment on the draw of the Pinzu, really trying to figure out whether to discard the pair of 9-mon, and does seem to have made the right choice so far.
Yeah, hoping to pair up one of the, well, probably the Chun here. The West would be fine too, or just draw around that 8 pin would be good. Let's look at the rest of the hands. Anybody look fast?
Luce has a pair of Norths on the left, but as we've discussed, Luce playing a little bit safe. Now below 30k, I wonder if Luce would take the North, having relatively good shapes in the Manzu especially. Probably not quite as willing to push Honitsu, especially with the 6-0 Anko now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're actually looking pretty good to complete your hand even with a call there.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's Ishanten, so
yeah, you're right.
Calling the pay would make you Tenpai.
Yeah, Riichi to the right, though. Christian finds Tenpai first. It's a 2-5 pin weight. Oh. Luce draws one immediately for Riichi Pinfu Dora.
Yeah, Luce immediately abandoning the North, as we've said, playing pretty safe. We do have Amy entering Ishanten, though.
Now Tenpai waiting on the 3-pin for Mongon.
And the 3-pin is Genbutsu to the Riichi, I think. The calls actually have me a little out of whack if that 3-pin was discarded the first turn of the Riichi or not.
I believe that was before the Riichi.
It is Tsuji at the very least then.
Yeah, the 6-pin definitely came out after, so we do have a Tsuji trap there. And Kevin sort of not willing to fight. Oh, the 3-pin comes out from the Riichi hand, cannot hold that.
Wow, Christian is just getting absolutely hit with these incredibly unfortunate hands. I mean, you call Riichi and the Honitsu is still 2 Shanten, but they're able to get into a bad Tenpai waiting on 2 tiles left, and you draw the final one in the wall. That's just that's just wildly unfortunate. I hope Christian is not kicking himself for this kind of wild turn of events that have happened these past two Hanchans.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, it's frustrating for sure as you're in the moment, but when you go back and look at it, you just kind of have to shake your head. Speaking about wild things that might be happening, Luce has a bunch of terminals and honors. I wonder if there's any thoughts of the Kokushi here.
I mean, honestly, like, if you're loose, you're probably fine just going for Kokushi for now, and then, well, with the Anko of 2,
Yeah.
probably less so. But I was gonna say, like, just go for Kokushi, and as soon as anyone looks Tenpai at all, maybe if you just hit turn 7, then
Right.
you start discarding your terminals and honors for safety. Like, you don't even really need to fight for over 30k here.
Yeah, here just choosing maybe Honitsu route. Could also use the Dora. Could just make a normal hand here because you've got the Chun, can do anything really. To the right, we have a hand that is Ishanten, but it's not a good weight right now, so we'll maneuver that around upon hitting Tenpai probably. Hoping to draw into the upper Manzu, with a 6 Mon for the Ipeco, but you've already dropped a 9, so it's kind of a big ask hanging on to that 7 Mon for now. And here's the issue. You draw the 5, the 6-9 weight would be Furiten should you find Tenpai. So you're hoping to draw that in before that happens. To the left, we've got Kevin, who is looking to make a Ricci here. The Dora is the 9, so has one of those. 2 away, a few too many pairs probably for the ideal weight. And perhaps for that reason chooses to retain the 4 so that you can draw the 5 so and improve your tile acceptance there. Unfortunately, the 5 so kind of getting discarded.
And Christian has a good pull-in of the 4-mon to give a Ryanman shape, although Luce is going to call the 3-mon into Tenpai waiting on the 5-mon.
Yeah, you'd almost rather not get the 5-mon and instead draw the 4 or 6.
Or even the 9 so. Then you have the confirmed Sananko.
Oh, but Amy finds Tenpai, grabs the 5-mon pair, and declares Ricci winning 1-4 for Ricci Nomi. 1-4 so. Looks like 4 left of the wall.
And only one 5-mon left in the wall for Luce. So Amy with the better odds and does get the Apatsumo.
And the Ura. Oh my goodness. This game has been Ura wild. And so now Amy claims the lead.
Another lead change.
And we move to South 4. This is Amy's dealership. And unfortunately, Christian just happened to be the dealer for that. 8 the Oya Kaburi. It looks like Amy's starting out with a South pair. We've got a 1-mon in hand. That's Dora. Could call fast and aim for a 2,900 point hand. To the right, more honors. And they're paired up as well, so it could just be Chitoi, could be Honitsu, could be Toi Toi, something along those lines. Chooses not to dream about Kokushi for now, especially having 2 Dora. You'd love to just finish this with a Toi Toi Mangan, or Chitoi. Across the table looks like your standard Pihu shapes. Luce does call the Haku, so aiming to fight for a faster hand here. And then, of course, to the left we have Christian, who might be able to make Ipeco in the Sozu. And outside of that, perhaps 1-2-3 Sanshoku or 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Really seeking value here. Luce grabs the North call and drew into an Anko of the 2-pin, so just perfect draws again for Luce and his Ishanten already.
Korak has pointed out in the chat, and I think this is a stat worth mentioning, that before this set, the average Uradura in the rest of the league is 0.44, and Amy's average is 0.82. So almost double the average Ura of the rest of the league. And Luce here, Tenpai waiting on the 3-pin.
And switches the Tenpai.
1-pin!
And that's such a good weight. You call the 1, drop the last 2-pin. All 4 2-pin out. The 1 looks so safe. But except for the fact that it's a Hadakatanki.
Oh, wow. So Haku, Toy Toy, Dora 3. That's a Hanuman.
Yep. Oh, and the one that comes out from Amy.
Oh no! I mean, that's going to be a lead change. Unfortunately, though, Luce cannot climb into first. Amy, though, going to drop all the way to third with that hit, and 3 people end up above 30K. And oh my goodness, and the horrible luck for Christian there. For Amy to deal into a Hanuman, which is enough to bring Luce above 30K, but not enough to bring Amy under, Christian ends up taking a 5,000 point hit on that hand for no fault of his own and gets hit with another negative 50. Negative 49.1 this time. That's absolutely tragic.
Tragic indeed. And, well, let's get an update for the standings and see how that changes things around. Luce continues to climb, plus 217 points, has picked up 60 points already, right?
Yeah.
And is now almost locked at this point for the promotion. Amy climbing up as well, up to 83. Kevin moving up the standings as well, now in the 5th position, so overtakes Anthony for the last promotion spot. And it looks like our next game will start in about 1 minute.
Well, and Christian at this point, you don't need to. I mean, you can obviously fight for promotion. You are only 50, 60 points away, but you really want to be careful. You cannot take another 4th like that if you want to avoid demotion.
Yeah.
It'd be very easy to fall underneath Kevin with a 4th and a last. A 4th and a 3rd, I mean.
Pulling the reverse Mizder, as it would be.
And I tried to go back and count on the graph how many lead changes there were, but the lines are so freaking tight, it was impossible. I think 8. 8 was my best guess at number of lead changes.
Okay, I actually misread the chart, and it looks like the next game hasn't started. We might not even have a 3rd game. Maybe I'll pause for a couple minutes to confirm that.
But looking at the rest of the standings here, this is shaking up A2 quite a bit. Luce, obviously, just totally fine at 217. Even 2/4, the chances that 2/4 would be enough to bring Luce out of promotion, it's kind of impossible for me to imagine that situation. Even minus 100, you're still at 117. You're still above Minko, which means that 4 people would have to climb above 117, and that is effectively mathematically impossible at this point, unless the bottom of the league just gets absolutely split. However, that bottom half of the promotion has been changed a lot with Christian falling so far down. Kevin now totally in the mix. If Kevin's able to pull out another good positive, he's still probably going to be a little bit reliant on Gina and Nathaniel here not getting big wins, but Kevin was at the bottom here, was in the 8th slot out of everyone who started in the positional snake round and has crawled all the way up to 5th. So with 2 more Hanchan left, a lot of opportunity for Kevin to promote, and did a very, very good job in those first 2 Hanchan of putting himself in a good position.
Yeah, and the 2 players in 7th and 8th might have a tough time of things because they're up against Andre and Minko, who are 2nd and 3rd overall in the standings currently. And those are certainly 2 very strong players who have the ability to just command a game. When you look at the win rate for Minko is 25.5%, 2nd highest before today. Let's see, Ryan is the leader right here, but also Andre with a fairly high winning average could make things difficult for those players to climb. And Kevin, it's going to be a difficult position because right now you are in that promotion slot. You're barely in that promotion slot, and you don't want to go negative, so you might play a little bit cautiously as a result, but you also want to advance your own position. And so, there's this sort of 2 incentives that are fighting each other. You don't want to lose and drop below the 5th spot. You also don't want to just stay right here, stay stagnant, because it's quite possible that one of the other players who still has games remaining could pass you up. I mean, even Vincent, who's sitting at plus 3.7 has games remaining and could easily win, 40 points over the course of 4 games, or even more than that. I mean, we've certainly seen players do that today. So I'm very curious to see how Kevin will play the remaining 2 games of this pool.
Now, I personally would appreciate it if Vincent took just a lot of huge wins in his games, as he's competing with people who I would prefer have less points than me, although that seems unlikely. I also just noticed, looking at these league averages and such, the average win percentage in A2 is a full percent higher than the rest of the league, and there are in fact only 2 players below 20% win rate in A2, and it's me and Claire at 19.9, which is kind of humorous, honestly.
It is. It's actually funny because I know you have a more defensive play style, so it's understandable that your win percentage might be a little bit lower. But Claire, I feel like, has got more of an aggressive style, and so it's unusual to see that low a win percentage. But
And another thing here that we've talked about a lot is just the idea of how small are the hands you deal into, how big are the hands you win, and if we take a gander here at who has the biggest win average, well, that's Luce, who is sitting on top, and the lowest deal-ins actually Aaron, unfortunately, who is in last, just because those wins have been so small and kind of come at unfortunate times. But the second lowest average deal-in is again Luce. So if you have one of the lowest deal-ins and the highest win average, you are very rarely not going to be in first.
right, and of course that average is going to get buffed a little bit by the fact of winning a Yakuman earlier in the season, but even without that, Yakuman would still be incredibly high, and it just kind of feels like the top couple people in this division have very low deal-in average, very high win average. So basically, just play good mahjong and you'll make your way to the top. You don't have to do
I don't
anything fancy.
I don't quite know if I agree with the low deal-in part. I mean, Andre, Minko, Amy, who are second through fourth, are all above 14, and anything above 14 for me is like a personal nightmare.
That's fair. I didn't necessarily mean deal-in percentage, but more like
Oh, I see.
deal-in
The
average.
average, the average.
Yeah.
God, and that's what we were just talking about. I don't know why I didn't pick that up.
No,
I
no,
think I
no.
got
I
distracted.
I should have used my words a little bit better and made it clear. But yeah, you're right. That is actually kind of interesting to see second, third, and fourth place and fifth place while we're at it, all above 14% deal-in percentage, but still in the lead here. And perhaps a testament to the hands that they deal into are when they are pushing their Mongons and the opponents are pushing with, a one-on hand to stop the Mongon. When you have the value, just go for it. And if you deal in, it's probably not going to be that expensive. But if you win, it's going to be worth enough to make a significant change. That sort of mindset, I think, is aggressive and perhaps exactly what is necessary to advance in A2 here.
Oh yeah, and if you look at the expected value, it's almost perfectly sorted just by rank. Obviously things are mixed around a little bit, but you can kind of go straight from the top to the bottom, and the expected values are sorting it. Even with expected value not including Rikyoku, not including Sumo, just being pure win and pure deal in, even still it goes top to bottom. So that's going to be a stat that I think for the players in the ARML, if you want to improve any single stat, that expected value is going to be the one that's going to get you the most reward. Obviously, it's a combination of 2 stats. That's maybe cheating, but
Yeah, so basically win more and deal in less is what you're saying?
win better and deal in better, I think, is what I'm saying. Because in other leagues, I mean, you were talking about the high deal-in percentages. I mean, Andre has a 15.6% deal-in, but you're winning almost 50% better hands than you're dealing into. So even with just a 7% split, that's still going to work out in your favor. Whereas I have like almost a full 10%, but since I'm not winning big hands, that's why I'm at the bottom, and it's pretty easy to see that. So you can learn a lot about what you might need to fix in your personal playstyle by just to even taking a glance at those stats and then keeping those in mind as you look at your own logs.
Yeah, the lesson I'm kind of learning from that is picking and choosing the moments you want to fight, and sort of recognizing when your opponents are pushing with a hand that's not very expensive, something that you can actually beat with, a Ricci, and the taking advantage of the fact that you might have a chance at Ura where they might not. It looks like we will have a third game, and it will start within 60 seconds. It should be. So perhaps a little bit of a break in between for the 4 players, but more A2 Mahjong. I'm certainly excited to see this.
Yeah, I've loved watching A2 and being in A2. Like it's a lot of fun to commentate games with the people that you have been playing all season because you feel like you know them a little bit better, especially for me and you both. Like we are not in the huge like Mahjong meccas of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, a vast majority of my Mahjong happens in Mahjong.
And we are into the game. It is Luce who will be our first dealer. We've got a pretty average starting hand. Dora is the 5-mon, has one of those in hand. Could turn this to Tanya. Could also pair up the East for double tone or the Hatsu. Probably play normal discards here. To the right, we've got pair of the South Wind, which is Yakuhai. Could call here for a fast hand. Outside of that, looking a little bit awkward at the remaining shapes. Across the table is Christian. We've got a door in hand and some Tanya type tiles. Oh, except for that pair of birds. So perhaps just aiming for Ricci here. Chance for 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, though. And then to the left, we've got Amy, who starts with Anko of the 6-pin. Some Kanchan shapes to fill in, though. So has a Dora, probably another Ricci hand here as well.
And Christian, right after you left his hand, got an absolutely incredible draw with the 2-mon. And actually, in a consecutive draw, finished the 5, 6, 6, 7 shape. So it's now Ishan 10 with Ryan and Ryan Khan.
Yeah, that's not a bad start. We're getting to the end of the first row and a little bit ahead of the rest of the table, it seems. It looks like Kevin to the right has perhaps the best chance to speed up by calling the Southwind, which has yet to be seen, but would be a fairly cheap hand if you were to do that.
I mean, Kevin and Luce are still 3 Shanten at the end of the first row, so it's going to be incredibly hard for them to catch up at this point. And Christian actually drew a second Dora and elected to discard away from that Ryan Khan instead of discarding the Dora.
Interesting. And we see Amy make a call of the Forso and now grabs Tenpai, filling in the Sosu Kanchan. So this is Tenpai waiting on the 4-mon for Tanya Dora 1.
Hell wait!
Oh, we see 2 4-mon discarded and a 4-mon in the wall. So actually, Amy can see that there's only 1 tile remaining, but this is how it turned out.
Well, this is a very upgradable shape. I mean, draw the 3-mon or the 5-mon, and you have a 3-sided weight.
Right, you'd love to draw the second Dora here. And of course, we see the last 4-mon is locked up in Luce's hand. Ricci across the table from Christian. This is Ricci, Pinfu, Dora 1, waiting on the 3, 6-pin. There are 4 left in the wall. All 3-pin are left in the wall. All the 6-pin are gone.
And the 3-pin is the easier one to come out of people's hands, although unfortunately for Christian, it looks like anybody could incorporate it. Oh, but it's just going to get the sumo instead.
Just draw it yourself.
To deal. Just draw it yourself. Why would you do anything else?
So, okay, that's a good start for Christian, who really wants to make back some of these points. Grabbing 52 is perfect, and you're in the lead, moving to East 2. It is Kevin's dealership, and we've got, well, a bit of an awkward start here. We'll hope to draw better. You do have an 8-tune, so perhaps aim to pair that up. To the right, we've got an Anko of the 9-mon getting drawn. Taking a second here, because I saw OBS flicker into the red. Anko of the 9-mon drawn, and now maybe you're thinking about forcing a Junchan here, or just clearing Ricci, probably. Across the table, we've got reasonably good shapes, except for the Sozu. A little bit awkward there, aiming for Ricci here as well.
Yeah, Christian is definitely hedging his bets as far as the Junchan is concerned. Draw 1-pin, but not willing to discard the efficient 4-pin. Instead, got rid of the 8-pin, and then immediately cut the 1-pin as soon as a Ryanman was formed. So, probably just looking to make as quick of a hand as possible.
Well, there's the first door discard from Christian. We'll see if Kevin follows suit. Loose to the left has the ability to call the north for Yakuhai, and reasonably good shapes outside of that as well. The north could be used as the pair, though. The hand
did deny the pay call from when Kevin discarded it.
Yeah, maybe thinking about making Ricci here instead. Ooh, 2 pins, nice. So now headless Ishanten for Christian, with the chance to draw into Ipeko. Eccentric gets the 6, and now you're on a Pinfu, because you can drop the 9 mon there. So Ricci, Pinfu only. Waiting on the 1/4 mon. Oh,
相撲
well,
Hot Sumo! Just draw it! And you know what? This is absolutely fantastic for Christian, winning the first 2 hands right off the bat, even though you didn't get any Ura. 6,200, 6,200, or 5,200, 5,200 rather, since the Ricci stick was your own. I mean, there is no better way you could have started this third Hanchan, given how unlucky how unlucky your hands have been the past 2.
right. So flow starting to move back the normal direction. Well, averaging out correctly. And we see Adora discard on the first discard of the game, although the hand looks like it could be hard to use. To the left, we see Kevin call the Haku already, and this is looking to be Ishanten, Yan Shanten, looking for a pair. And then to the, let's see, go across the table for Luce, who's aiming to draw better. Looks like just a collection of honor tiles that isn't helping things out here. Could end up turning this into a Pinfu hand with good draws. To the right, Amy's got 2 tiles away from Tenpai here, but they're a bit awkward shapes. Kanchan, Tenchan.
Now, sorry. Whoop. I didn't realize you were describing the shapes. I was just saying Kevin just reached Tenpai, waiting on 5 pin, 8 pin.
Yeah, it's more important than the shapes there. 5 pin, 8 pin. Looks like there's 5 left in the wall. It would just be 1,000 points, though. But, I mean, Christian has started off with such a hot start. You don't really want him to continue that on his dealership. So 1,000 points to end that seems just fine. But Christian finds Tenpai, declares Ricci Pinfu waiting on the 5-8 so. So maybe Kevin's call is just not fast enough. No Ipatsumo this time.
Yeah, there are 5 of both players' weights in the wall, so they are currently dead even.
Well, now 1 drawn by Luce, so Christian with a slight advantage. And Amy draws a 5 so now even, 4-4.
And Amy's hand actually is looking like it could become worth pushing. If you draw the 7 so and get the Ipeko along with the Pinfu here, I would certainly be tempted to take the San Minchan against that, even against Dealer Ricci.
Yeah, we saw Kevin draw the 8 so, decide it wasn't worth pushing against Dealer Reach, and correctly so, is now back to Ishanten. But that makes the 8 pin safe. And now the wall puts it back into Tenpai and chooses to take it. Oh no, it deals in. Ricci, Pinfu, will we have Mira? No.
Yeah, saw those 2 8 pin come out, 1 from Christian's hand and then 1 out of Luce's, and you're thinking Luce might now be discarding a pair of 8 pin.
Yeah, the logic behind that makes sense. Unfortunately, when the original decision to retain the slightly dangerous 8 so was correct.
But so Christian getting a 3rd win in a row. Nobody winning so far but Christian, although this hand needs a little bit of work if that trend's going to continue.
Yeah, 3 pairs. The 1-1-2 shape's a bit awkward, although it's one of your better shapes. And the East is starting to come out as well, so not even going to get bailed out by Yakuhai, most likely. Who around the table has a faster hand? Looks like the one to the left looks pretty good.
The left, I think, is the best hand, as Luce has a bunch of honors, and well, on the right, the draws for Amy have been absolutely magnificent. Now has a very good shot at a Itsu in the So, but Kevin has very nice Manzu shapes. This is Ishanten already.
And well, Christian has been drawing well too. I mean, look at where this hand is now compared to the start. 2 tiles away from Tenpai with this shot at Ipeko in the Manzu and Adora acceptance as well. There's even a world where you could build 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku. And Kevin on the left choosing to discard the south pair, aiming for Tanyao here. Increases the tile acceptance now. Well, better shapes now, I should say. Wants to draw around that lone 4-so. Amy
Could even make Itsu and Mon now.
It's entirely possible. Amy now drawing a ton of Sozu tiles. Oh, but draws the 1 pin. I guess you can start with the 2 pin for now. And then see whether you complete the Ipeco or just draw more Sozu tiles.
Yeah, I mean, that 1-2-2-3 shape is horrible with all the 1 pin already being discarded.
You're kind of wishing you had a different pair than the 5, so maybe you can make Junchan.
Ishanten for Chitoi, though, for loose across the table.
That hand could also turn into Toy Toy, though, if you saw another 6 pin perhaps. I think I might be willing to call that.
We do see the 4-5-6 Chi from Kevin, who is now Ishanten as well.
Loose now, Ishanten for Suanko.
Natch, of course.
I mean, it just sort of doing the Yakuman bingo. Tsichiroto, Kokshi, Daisangen,
Riichi.
Suanko. Alright, here's a Riichi from Amy.
Oh, 3-so draw.
Oh.
Absolutely massive.
Which way do you choose here? That's a bit awkward. 7 so is the weight here.
It's just the Pinchon. Or wait, no. And then 4-so 7 pin Shampon for Kevin.
Yeah, if you choose the 6 so discard, then you get Ipeco as well, but I think maybe was a little bit hesitant to discard the tile so close to the Dora. And of course, Kevin, the 4 so would be a Mongon if it were to come out. Chooses to
Gee.
bail on the 5 so's. That does look really dangerous. And oh my!
つも
Oh, gets the 7-so Sumo.
So finally breaks Christian's streak of wins. Moves into second place. A slightly higher second place, I should say. And grabs the dealership. Starts off with a hand that has a lot of Kanchan shapes. I always am so disappointed when I open to something like this. However, you know, good draws will fill those, not necessarily fill them, but give you better shapes. To the right, we've got a nice hand that's got the Dora and potential shot at Itsu in the So. Across the table, we've got a very average hand that could make Pinghu here and has a Dora, 4 pin. To the left, we have Christian who's got the Hatsu pair, a Dora, and can call for, oh, there's a second Dora. So now we can call for 3,900 and be very happy. And the dealer hand, you know, had all those Kanchan shapes, but is now improving nicely.
Oh, Christian drawing an Anko of the Hatsu, though.
Is now Ishanten with 2 Kanchan shapes to fill. Oh, that's an upgrade, so we can swap out one of these Kanchan shapes for that Manzu Yanmen. Chooses to discard the one that's closer to the edge. And now fills the shape. Ooh, do you Riichi this or Dama? Chooses the Dama option here. Currently a win would be 52. And of course, if you draw the 5 so, you're pretty happy.
ち
Loose, on the other hand, calls the Chi, filling in the worst shape of the hand. Now aim for Tanya Dora 1. Ishanten for that. Unfortunately for Christian, 2 of the 7 so are locked up in Kevin's hand across the way. And that is Ishanten for Itsu, with the 7 so as the pair.
And now loose Tempai waiting on the 2-so 5-so.
Dong.
Oh, but the 7-so comes into Loose's hand, so that's going to deal in. A massive win for Christian there, getting another 5,200, keeping everybody below 30k.
Seems to be the only way that you can hit Loose is to Dama something. And it ended up working out, and so Loose grabs the dealership. It's fourth place now, but still feeling pretty comfortable. Christian grabs a larger first place here. And let's look at Luce's hand. This looks like you're hoping for the Ipeco in the Sozu, in which case you can make Pinfu maybe Tanya as well. To the right, we've got, oh, this looks great for Pinfu as well. You've got beautiful shapes. Across the table, maybe a Pin Honitsu. You have the East that got, I think it got passed on the first discard of Amy. But yeah, definitely looks like you can aim for the Honitsu here. And then to the left, we've got potential Junchan. Junchan's Tanshoku maybe, 789.
A little bit harder now though with that 6-mon draw. You really don't want to discard the 6/7 Ryanman. I mean, Junchan's fantastic, but it's just so slow if you're not dealt the perfect shapes.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll turn into a normal Richi or Richi Pinfu here. I mean, there's a potential to make Ipeco in the Pinsu as well, or now the Sozu.
I wonder if Christian would call the West, decline the East, which made sense early. I mean, the East is not Yakuhai, so a Tuhan Honitsu usually not fantastic, but just draws the Anko of West instead.
Seems to be the theme for Christian tonight, or at least in this game, just to draw it. And the Anko of 9, so drawn for Amy as well. So this could be Tenpai very soon. Ishanten right now.
If I draw the 9-mon, I would consider discarding the pair of 6-mon.
Yeah, because then you get Junchan and potential for Sanshoku as well. Alright, decision time.
リーチ
Chooses to declare Richi on the 7-8. Oh, that's a bit odd.
Yeah, that weight's almost dead. Like, I guess 3 of the 8-so already gone, 1 of the 7-so gone. There's only 2 of the 7-so since you have 1 in hand. There's only 3 tiles left.
The other weight's not amazing either, as we see 3 of the 9 mon are gone, and you've got 2 of the 6 in hand. So that would only have 3 remaining as well. Perhaps this is the better weight because other people seem to be dropping in it, and indeed it comes out of Christian's hand. Richi and an Ura.
So this will be the first time anybody other than Christian has been above 30,000 points for the entire Hanchan.
Yeah, outside of the very start of the game when everyone's at 30,000. So we see Kevin now is the dealer in the second South round. Has a pair of East and a pair of Hatsu to start. Perhaps 2 quick Yakuhai calls for 2,900 will be the play. To the right, we have the South in hand for Christian. Would be double non in this case.
ポン
And perhaps call there as well. As you are in first place and you want to just move things along. Across the table, we have East pair that is Mochi Mochi with the dealer. Good shapes outside of that. So perhaps Richi here. To the left, we've got Luce, who has a Dora and reasonable shapes as well. Diancon in the pin, 133 shape. Chooses to drop the 1 pin in favor of more tile acceptance in the Manzu. And now a chance at 789 Sanshoku.
If you're Kevin on the draw, oh well, there you go. There's the reward. I was just about to, switching up. I was just about to ask about keeping the 1-2-mon over the floating 6-so as Kevin. Already open, you obviously could call the 3-mon, but just drew the 9-mon the next turn anyway, so I was able to immediately get rid of the 1-2-mon and take the Ryanman Ishanten.
Yeah, I'd be really tempted to actually drop 4-pin, 5-pin, and go for Honitsu as well.
Yeah, I mean, all you'd have to do is discard 4 5-pin, and you could have Hatsu, Ton, Itsu, Honitsu.
Well, yeah, maybe not Hatsu, Ton, Itsu, but if you go Hatsu, Honitsu, Itsu,
oh, right.
That would work.
You need a pair, don't you?
Yeah, one of the unfortunate parts of Mahjong sometimes.
チ
It'd be nice if you could just build hand with nothing but sets. We see a call into Tenpai, though, and this is totally fine if you're trying to continue your dealership. It's definitely the more likely route to getting another chance at it. And maybe that's what Kevin wants to aim for, rather than getting all the points in one go. Just sort of build it slowly, 1 round at a time. Tenpai in the 3-6-pin.
You never really have to be in a huge rush. If you're dealer and you have a fast hand, especially when there's 2 calls to the right. I mean, Christian's had the flow the whole game and has already opened twice. You figure that might be easy for him to catch up.
Mhm.
Does end up hitting Amy for the 1500.
And you got
Oh,
another.
and look at this starting hand. Gets rewarded.
Absolutely, I love this. Tanya Pingfu chance, Dora inclusion. There is so many ways to get a lot of value out of this. And to the right, we see a lot of Sozu tiles, maybe an Itsu there, maybe an Ipeiko. Across the table, that is the smattering of honor tiles. You've got almost one of every one. You're just missing the north.
Yep.
And so perhaps Onitsu is the play. South is called, so it looks like we're aiming that direction. You do have, it would be the Dora suit, and you've got a Dora 6-pin in hand. So that's a good start for some good value. To the left, loose is just, you know, Dian Shanten. Just normal things. Well, there's the north one, so you got your choice of which honor to discard. Chooses the west. All right, how's this dealer hand been progressing? Kind of unluckily, you've drawn 9-mon, 9-mon. But there's a chance to swap that pair out.
And it's very easy to get rid of the 2-pin, 4-pin Kanchan, what with the 2, 3, 4, 5 Nobitan, as long as you don't draw the 6-mon, which would make you Furitan.
Yeah, that early 7-mon discard actually makes the 6-mon a bit of an awkward draw. And if the Dora 6-pin comes out from loose, I think I'd be willing to call that even and drop 9-mon, 9-mon. Assuming that if a Dora 6 comes out, a 3-pin probably will also come out too. And then I can call into Tanyao Tenpai.
We have Ishanten for Chitoy on the left for loose, and that would actually be a Tanyao Chitoy.
They'll switch it up.
Abandons it for the normal hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually perfect Ishanten, isn't it?
It is. It chooses to drop the perfectness of the Ishanten after drawing the door. It does not want to discard that just yet.
Oh, and there's the 6-mon we were talking about for Kevin. Does still drop the Kanchan, expecting the 1-4-7 San Minchan to fill before the 6-9 pin shape.
Well, this is Tenpai for loose. Chooses not to reach it, but does want to fight, and so discards the 6-pin.
I wonder if Luce will call Ricci on the next round. Oh, well, not going to get the chance.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. You're not sure, like, if somebody calls Put on the door, you don't want to be in reach then, right?
Right, you don't want to deal in. Oh, you'd lose your Apatsu, and you obviously don't want to deal into a obvious Mangan.
But as it is, Luce now in 3rd place. So not going to take a big hit if the game were to end right now. We're pretty close to the game ending, actually. We're in South 3. And it's still very comfortable for Luce. We've got Christian, who's the dealer, has a door in hand. Some reasonable shapes. You really would love to draw more Dora here, but we see one's already been discarded. Now pairing up the Chun, but also pairing up the Chun is Amy on the right. So Mochi Mochi situation here could be difficult for both hands to complete.
Ishanten for Chitoy once again for Luce across the table.
And that's much faster. We do see a south pair, so could call and maybe go for Toy Toy. Could end up in a couple other places with these good shapes, but Chitoy seems like the most likely option for now. And we saw an early call of the One-So from Kevin on the left, who's hoping to call the north as well for Yakuhai and make Chanta. And we'll see the opportunity now to call the north. It does do so. Ishanten now for the Chanta hand. I wonder if you draw the 4-mon, you take the Tenpai or you just throw it back.
The north is your seat win. Well, I think you take the Tenpai because that's enough to overtake 3rd.
That's a good point. It is a bit tenuous moving into South 4, leading by 200 points. But perhaps that's the better play overall. And, you know, moving from 1,000 to 2,000 might not be that big of a swing anyway.
Especially not against Luce, who tends to put together bigger hands.
Right. Oh, we see another door drawn, but it was already discarded by Christian, so can't be used now. 2 tiles away from Tenpai there. Luz has been Ishan 10 for a while. Now draws a second Anko, is thinking about Suhanko again. There's 1 6-so left in the wall. There's 1 8-so left in the wall. There's 1 south left in the wall. So you could even call for Toy Toy here. Which I think I would. Unless I was just, having fun in this last game. Oh, there's Tenpai for Kevin. Does draw the perfect 1 mon there. Tenpai in the 2-pin.
And this could be dangerous if Christian draws, say, the 7 mon. Oh, well, but it's going to be dangerous for Amy first anyway. The 2,000 points is going to deal in and bring Amy below 30k.
All right, so that changes our standings a little bit. Christian now with an extra 5 points if things stay this way in the leaderboards. Luz still in 4th, but has a hand that can call to overtake potentially. Well, you're down 1,200. So you would need to Tsumo if you're fighting for just a 1,000 hand.
Although you can incorporate the Dora 4-pin.
A little bit harder now that the 2 has come out.
No longer. Yep.
Ishan 10 though, so it makes sense. And Riichi Nomi is totally fine for Luz here. Can hit anybody for the 1,300 that it would take to claim 3rd. Looking around at the rest of the hands, well, dealer might have Itsu and the Pinzu, or 1 2 3 Sanshoku. Across the table, it is Kevin who is perhaps also thinking about Itsu in the Manzu though, or making an Ipeko, and really wants to use the door.
And then possible sushi on the left, just casually.
Casual sushi, the 2 easts are gone, 2 souths are gone, so that's actually impossible now.
Well, how about sushi chew toy? That's possible, right?
If only. The backup plan here is Honitsu, of course. Or
we're going to see the 9-pin discard? No.
Maybe.
What? Farum. Why?
Kokushi?
Safety?
Chanta? I think it's a Kokushi push, actually. I think Christian is saying, it's the last hand, I'm in a comfortable 1st place, unlikely to lose my position, so I'm going to go all out for Kokushi and see if I can get a huge win right here, and if not, I'll play safe and let, Luz win 1,000 points, and claim my 3rd, or claim my 1st.
And Luz is Tenpai for that 1,000 points now, waiting on the 8-pin.
Would like to hit Kevin directly.
Or you could draw the 6-pin and upgrade to possible Sanshoku.
That would be nice. So Christian.
And there's the Chanta now for Christian.
Yeah, makes his move. Pom. Now Ishan 10 for the Chanta North. Oh, Tenpai now. Chooses to wait on the 1.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. That hand went from absolutely nowhere to everywhere really quick. And Luz, of course, has to pass the 8-pin.
G.
This is really awkward because there's only 1 remaining.
Sanshoku Tenpai for dealer Amy waiting on the 3-mon. Riichi from Kevin waiting on 7-mon.
Yeah, 7-mon Kanchan. Riichi only there. And that's actually awkward because now Luz can claim a win on anybody.
Oh, how is this going to shake out? Do you discard the 8-pin?
8-pin is safe. It's quote-unquote safe. And it comes out and deals in. And because of that, Luz claims 3rd. Wow.
And you know what? That's actually a situation. The 9-pin, I think, is a better discard there since it's no chance to everybody. That's the great thing about noticing Kabe is that Kabe is going to hold to every single person at the table. Genbutsu usually is just 1. So the 9-pin might have been a little bit better. I mean, I know Luz's weight was not Ryanman, so Kabe doesn't actually apply. But in this case, the 9-pin and keeping Tenpai would have worked out a little bit better. This is absolutely massive for Christian. This is going to be enough to flip Christian and Kevin once again. Christian is going to jump up the standings, and Kevin is going to jump down. They're both going to be right around plus minus 0, kind of within 10.
We'll take a
Yeah,
look right now.
10.6 and 10.9.
All right, so Christian reclaims 8th position. Kevin now down to 9th. With one more game remaining, let's see if they've started that yet.
They have.
Okay.
I do need to use the restroom really quick, so I will be right back.
Yeah, we've got a couple minutes before that starts. I just wanted to point out that Luce claiming 3rd place there was a direct result of passing up the win earlier, right? Not choosing not to accept 4th and end the game sooner, and it all paid off in the end with that 8-pin discard. Let me go ahead and upload refresh the game page so that we get the current game. We still have another minute before that starts. And actually, it looks like the B1 matches have started as well, so we may or may not be able to broadcast those also. I have sort of a vested interest in watching these games, though, as I'm a member of this league, this division as well. This is game number 4. All right, so it looks like Christian will be our first dealer for this game. Perhaps can channel some of that flow from the last game and climb up once again in the leaderboards. Luce can now play extremely comfortably. It's very unlikely to drop out of promotion here. So I'm actually curious how these players will play in this position. I know in the B1 matches, Crow's in a similar spot where you might just play to end the game as quickly as possible. You might play to just stay out of the way of the other players. And you might just play a normal game, aim for position and whatnot. And I'm really not sure if there's a proper way to play in this position, but I'm curious to see what ends up happening. For the rest of the players at the table, you're fighting for it all. Amy in 4th place currently, plus 81, has a big gap on 5th place. So unlikely to drop below there, but of course you want to make up as much ground as you can so that the players who are in 6th and 7th and 9th do not overtake you. And we're into the match. It is Christian's first dealership. Has chance at Itsu, chance at 79 Sanshoku. Has a Dora 7 so as well. So some value potential here. To the right, we've got shapes. Not necessarily completely good ones, but Yanshan 10 from the start is not bad. Just has a couple Kanchan to fill in the Banzu. Across the table, Amy's got a slightly worse hand here. We're hoping to draw a little bit better, especially filling out that 9-8 Penchant with a Dora. To the left, we have Luce, who's got the East pair, so can call to speed up his hand. Outside of that, the shapes aren't amazing. And that's a great draw by Christian, filling in the 8-9 Pin Penchant. Looks like this hand is Ishanten as well, just looking for a pair, or to fill in that 2-3 Kanchan. Looking around the table once again, not much progress made by the other players here. It's really Christian who's off to the early lead. That 5-pin draw, you might be thinking about making an Itsu and the Pinzu if you're sitting in Kevin's position. And now the Yamen shape filled in the So. So what do you discard here? You could take 6 blocks and drop the 5-pin, but instead chooses to retain the 1-1-2 shape. Across the table, Amy has drawn that Dora 7 so fills in the Penchant shape, and now can make Ipeiko in the Manzu. And to the left, Luce still hasn't seen an East yet. They're sitting the wall still. Luce Ishanten now, hoping to be able to call into Tenpai here, or to just draw the 8-pin yourself.
Christian making a little bit of an interesting sideways move there. Draws another 8-peen, was lacking a pair in hand, perhaps thinking, ooh, well, that would have been Tenpai if not for that 2-peen drop. Or I guess not quite. It would have still been Ishan 10.
Yeah, but it's still a little bit awkward. You know, you have the 246 Yankan, and now you're sort of leaning for a 5-8. I guess it's not bad. Or the 7, of course. Maybe really committing to building an Itsu.
And Lu's just not able to find the lost easts.
Yeah, dropped the 2-pin in favor of holding a safer west, and then got punished by drawing the 3-pin afterwards. Of course, it was getting to be the point in time where you should be thinking about safety and maybe Sakigiri, a dangerous tile.
And now we have a 3-6 wait for Kevin, but that is K10. There's no Yanku there. And we also have Amy entering Tenpai waiting on 3-mon, 4-mon. That is also K10.
Yeah, choosing not to Riichi here, it's unlikely that you'll get one of the last 2 3-mon. Well,
I
they're
mean,
both in the wall.
Well, also, if you draw a 5-mon, you can discard the 4, and then you do have Sanshoku.
Yeah, so it's also value play as well. Now, Christian trying to find Tenpai as well.
Luce finally gets an East.
Ooh, this 8 is kind of rough. Oh, but there's a 3-mon. So it's
wow.
Yeah. You know, you're not expecting to be able to win that hand, but it did come in, and so you can't be too upset about that.
So our first leader of the day of the final Hanchan, our first leader of the end of the day will be Amy for now.
And Amy,
I'm not a huge fan of Kevin's hand. I don't like seeing these hands when I am playing.
No, this feels like a wannabe Junchan, except you've got the 5-pin pair, so it's not Junchan. And then if it's not Junchan, then what is it? It's just a total mess. You know, it's one of those hands that ends up being Nagashi Mangan. In this case, though, we don't have Nagashi Mangan, so you're going to need to build something else. And now you have the 3-pin. You can draw and incorporate the Dora. If this hand is terrible, the other hands must be good, right?
Yeah, well, Amy's hand also did not look great, but has had absolutely fantastic draws in the Sozu. Completed the Peen shape, completed a Sozu shape. Has now a pretty nice 2 Shanten. Still needs a pair. And then Christian's hand on the left has just been drawing every Dora and every pin in the world.
So now you're totally willing to call for a Tanyao Tenpai, I think.
I mean, but you could even still end up Tanyao Toy Toy Dora 3.
Absolutely.
Pretty reasonably.
Yeah. Kevin grabbed the pair of the Haku, managed to call the last one as well, and so now has a route to winning the hand. Oh, and there's another pin draw. And that is an extremely complex pin shape. I'm having trouble reading it. The way I see
I'm going to try. I'm going to be honest.
The way I see it is a 6, 7, 8 Ipeiko, and then a 4, 5, 6 shape and a pair of 4s. But there's other ways to read that as well.
But do you...
Oh, wait, the 7. You can drop 5, 7, go for a Toy Toy Suanko.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I would have done. I mean, with 3 Dora, you don't need to make an Itsu, although that pin shape is probably accepting more things. I'm just horrified of Furton. I don't want to accidentally end up with the 9-peen as one of my weights somehow.
And it's so hard to read. Like, there might be a world where that actually happens.
Home.
All right, now we get to look at all the tiles that light up and see which ones are the winners.
6, 7, 8, it appears. Certainly not 4 or 5.
Yeah, it looks like there's 1 8 left in the wall, 2 7s left in the wall, and 1 6 left in the wall.
Although if you could discard a 5-peen and have an even wider weight. or not
Gee.
discard a 5-peen, discard if you draw a 5-peen, have an even wider weight, and
Unfortunately, all the 5-pin are visible now, so that won't happen.
Aw,
And of course, we
that's-
see Faye calling into Tenpai. That's Kevin.
Don't.
Oh, but the 7 comes out anyway.
ouch! Oh, that's gonna hurt a lot.
Tanya Dora 3. Got some Mangan, and now Christian takes the lead.
We were talking. The only way to hit loose with a hand like that is if it's Dama, and I would say a open Tanyao that has the Dora 3 and every other pinned tile in the world concealed is also qualifies for that same sort of status.
Right, exactly. So what we'll call that an honorary Dama. And that's the only reason Luz dealt in. Well, we've got Amy with the dealership here. And I like the starting hand. It's a little bit awkward with the 5, 6, 8, 9 mon overlap. But you've got a chance at Ipeco and the So and some reasonable tile acceptance here. To the right, we've got Luz, who's also got a very good Pinfu type hand. Across the table, there's a Dora draw for Christian. Will we see 2 more of those, just like the last hand? Has 3 pairs, and so we'll hold that thought. Might end up with a Pinfu here. And now a 4th pair. So very curious to see how this hand develops. Choosing to drop the 6 mon there is sort of an indication that he's thinking about pairs overall. Or Toy Toy.
Yeah, could have discarded the South if you were thinking more about a normal hand.
Mhm.
Does not elect to call the 9 mon, so.
Yeah, pairs might be the best route here. 7 pairs, that is. And Kevin on the left has a actually really normal hand here. Could be Ricci, could be Reach Pinfu. Looking more like Reach Pinfu now that the 8 So has been drawn. You can replace one of these Kanshan shapes with a 7, 8 Yanmen. Oh, and speaking about good draws, Amy has filled in the 7 mon, so now this hand's looking great. You've confirmed the Ipeco now. You've got Ishan 10, headless Ishan 10, but with some very sticky tiles.
The 3 mon especially. I mean, drawing the 4 mon would be best case scenario so that you have the 3, 6, 9 pair weight. Although I guess you would not have Pinfu. That would be the best weight. Best tile to draw is probably the 8-peen.
Yeah, 3 or 8 here would be good. 3 mon, 8 pin, sorry. To the right, that 7 mon is another great draw, and that hand is Ishan 10 for Ricci Pinfu. Potential Tanya. Oh, there's the 3 mon. Okay, Ricci on the 4-7 for Ricci Pinfu Ipeco. We see
The 7's pretty. Or the
Everything.
7s are basically
literally
dead.
everything is dead. There are 0 tiles left in the wall. Amazingly. Now, will they come out of hand? There's a chance it comes out of Kevin's hand. I don't know if Kevin wants to fight this dealer Ricci here. Oh,
I don't see it coming out of Luce's hand.
now there's less chance because Kevin will want the 2-3-4 Sanshoku. So if he chooses to fight, it will probably be with a 2-mon discard. Oh, could have even called that 6-so for Tenpai for Tanyao Sanshoku. Instead, finds Tenpai naturally. Will you fight?
Oh.
Does. Oh, but this weight's dead too. They're all discarded. So 2 completely dead weights as we head towards Yukyoku. How often do you see that?
Almost never.
And it will be Amy and Kevin who grab the 1,500 points. There's a Ricci stick and a Homebun now for the next round.
That does bring Kevin above 30,000.
Always useful to note. And Amy starts out filling out a Kanchan. So we've got a chance at 1-2-3 Sanshoku. If you're seeking value, outside of that, could just be a normal Ricci Pinfu hand. To the right, oh wow, look at another Kanchan fill for Amy. Her draws have been amazing today. Especially like starts with awkward beginning hands, but just manages to fill everything in. And here's another great draw, so we're not even looking at the other hands. Amy is Ishan 10 now. I kind of want to stay here and see if she draws into Tenpai with 4 perfect draws.
Home.
What would be? I feel like the 5-so would be my ideal draw here.
Ooh, that would be nice. I kind of want the Pinfu, so I want like a 4-so, 6-so. Actually, I want the 4-so. So I can Dama and get Tanyao Sanshoku.
And is now is now taking the Dama after drawing the 1-so. could shift
Ichi.
this in a couple different ways into a Sanchoku, but it's just gonna wait one turn and then say nope. But it's weird because the Tuso have been
Yeah.
pawned. There's
Yeah.
only one of those left.
If she had chosen to not choose that way, she would have gotten Ipatsumo for Riichi Pinfu Ipatsumo on the 6-0. But instead, we've got this very tricky Tuso wait. And I don't think Kevin will call a con if he draws it. But if he
Each.
were to, it could get quite interesting. We see Tenpai across the way for Christian. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the Tuso Sumo, the hell wait, getting it.
And finds the
Get it,
Uratsu.
Ura!
Oh my goodness. So Amy just knows. This was all about the wall reads here. 3 perfect draws, found Tenpai, declared the Riichi, got the last Tuso. And now with a slightly larger first place here.
Pushed Kevin back below 30,000.
Yeah, Haku pair can call for a faster hand. He's even
So-
considering Atozuke here. In fact, does call.
Well, it might not be Altazuke if you go Honitsu.
That's a fair point. Yeah, Honitsu is definitely in the cards here and sort of leans that direction, starting with a 7-mon. And now, do you keep the 6 or do you throw it back?
Maybe throw the 5-so first?
Yeah,
No, throws the south. Yeah, it's just going to take the Altazuke probably.
and not 100% committed. Oh, do you call here?
Chi.
All right, so now definitely Atozuke. To the
Yeah,
left,
What about Kevin's hand?
yeah, this is Honitsu with an Anko of the north, pair of the east, pair of the Chu now.
Oh
That's
my
Yakuhai,
god.
Yakuhai, Yakuhai. Dora is the Tuso. So this is looking to be a Hanemon minimum.
Each.
The East hanging out in Luce's hand currently. But we do have a Riichi first from Christian,
Oh, it's
who has a
258.
San Minchan Pinfu waiting on 258. So that is Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1. A
Pon.
lot of those weights already gone.
But Kevin drew the 2-mon immediately afterwards, and this is a hand you fight for, so it's probably going to come out. Amy giving up. Luce not willing to fight either. This is all about if Kevin can find... Oh, and here it
Don't.
goes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if you're in Kevin's seat, you kind of have to push for it. But unfortunately, with the Uradora, that makes a Mangan.
Another Ura, and that's going to push Christian into first just barely by 200 points.
Yeah, so that's our 3rd lead change so far. And we have Luce as dealer in 4th right now, but mostly due to that honorary Dama at the start of the of the game. Has a pretty
Has
reasonable...
an absolutely amazing hand.
Yeah,
I mean, you have the Dora 7-peen already. You have very nice simple shapes. Even with a couple of... Even with like kind of the awkward Kanchan and Manzu, this... I would be more than happy to see this hand.
And drawing a second Dora here, you're extremely pleased with a good chance to make Pinfu here.
Oh, wow. Maybe Chinitsu?
Well, the 1 pin got discarded, but like if you keep drawing upper Pinzu like that, you've got a chance. This is Ishan 10, just looking for a head. To the right, Christian is trying to build an Ipeiko in the Sozu. Has 258 in the pin, which is really awkward to deal with. Across the table, Faye is Kevin. That is hoping to be Arichi. That's Ishan 10 technically, but awkward shape to fill with being the 3-7 mon here.
Yeah, the best
Guess the 5 would do
draw
it too.
would be the 7-mon, and then you would have the Shanpon waiting on an honor. Oh, there's the 4-peen for loose.
Oh, what do you do here?
Cry?
8-9? Oh, yeah, I like this. Because this way you get
Yeah.
Ipeiko, Tanyao, Dora 2, and Pinfu.
You can call the 4-peen or the 7-peen. Oh, but that would also get rid of a pair, wouldn't it? Because you'd have 2 sequences. But we do see the a 4-mon draw, actually, for Kevin. So taking Riichi Nomi waiting on the 7-mon.
Oh, and it's drawn by Luce, who has a hand worth fighting for. We were talking about, what hand picking the hands to fight for. As dealer with 2 Dora, Tanyao, Pinfu, Ipeiko, definitely one that's worth pushing. It's unlikely that the hand you're fighting against has value. And indeed, we can see it's just a Riichi Nomi.
5-peen, huh?
Ron.
It deals right in. 1300's totally fine. You're
I
willing
do
to fight
wonder
that.
about discarding 4-so, 3-so first.
You mean instead of the 8-9, or
Yeah, I guess that would be a step back in Shanten. No,
yeah?
I mean instead of discarding the 7-mon.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would be throwing you back. Like
ポン
that would be saying I'm not ever willing to drop the 7 here. I think the 7's fine there. Like that was the most efficient play, right?
Oh, we could see a Durakan from Loose. Not yet, though.
Not yet willing to reveal all the value stashed away in hand. Oh, but the shapes keep
Come.
improving, and now we see the con and Ishanten now.
Drop the Sumon! Flips the Haku as Dora. None have been drawn yet.
This is headless sorry, I was right. Headless Ishanten right now.
Headless
Tempai is not a thing. Oh, but Tempai across the table for Amy. This is a 5-8 pin weight for just Hatsu only. Oh, and it comes
No.
right out from Christian. Okay, so that big hand silently dies. We have another lead change as Amy steals the first place away.
I mean, honestly, that almost feels like Sasha Komi from Christian. I
Yeah.
mean, did Christian have a pair of the 8-peen? Was
It
there
did. It was
really
a 6-8-8 shape, and yeah, it could have been retained in hand, I think. I can't quite remember what the other tiles were, but honestly, I think as dealer, you don't want to eat Oya Kaburi there, so that's a totally fine outcome, probably. All right, moving into South 2, Kevin's dealership has the South pair, so we can call to push faster if necessary. Well, is Yanshan 10 with reasonable shapes here, so might just clear Ricci as well. Wants to draw the 2 Pandora, which is hanging out in Amy's hand, and still yet to be used there. You might end up on Doratanki if you're Amy. Across the table, we've got Luce, who is Yanshan 10 now, and might be Ricci Pingfu, might just be Ricci only. To the left, we've got Christian, who has, well, shapes. I like the 55799 shape. It's one of my favorite Gyeongkan type shapes, but we'll see how this develops. Might even turn into Itsu eventually.
Heaven drew a pair of 5-so, and so discarded the 6-7-peen Ryanmen, and is now Ishanten with the waiting to
Gee.
fill in the 3-4-peen or the 2-3-so.
4
Oh, cheese into Tempai, and then immediately gets it from Amy. And with the Dora discard as well, so that's 2,900. And the lead changes again. Back to Christian as Amy drops down a little bit. Kevin retains the dealership, now has the Haku pair. Fills in the 4-6 shape, so 2 away from Tempai right now.
And if we bop to the left, actually, Christian already has an Anko of the Norths, so it'll be interesting to see how he builds the rest of that hand. A couple of Pinchons really slowing it down despite already having the Seat Wind.
Yeah, you kind of wish you could make Chanta here, but it's a little bit awkward. Across the table, that also has dreams of Chanta. You have another Anko. This time it's not the Dora, but it's, sorry, not Anko, 4 of a kind for Luce of the 9. So it has the South as well. It's Mochi Mochi with Amy, who would be benefiting from double South in her
Gee.
seat, but unfortunately probably not going to get it here.
We have Ishanten now for Kevin.
And you could go a couple ways with this. If you'd, of course, love to see the Haku come out, call that for Tempai. But if the 2-mon or 4-pin comes out, you might even think about not taking the Tempai immediately and shooting for Tanyao. Especially if it was the 4-pin that came out, probably. And we'll kind of see here, yeah, Kevin now just really aiming on the Haku being drawn
ポン
or called. A little bit of trouble for, well, question mark for Amy as well. Will she aim for the double South here, or will it be a Tanyao? Double South, of course, much more valuable. And now you have to make your decision. Chooses the Tanyao route. Luce does not call the first South, and instead retains a Dora 6-pin in hand. Now Tempai for Kevin. Champon, Tumon, Haku. Of course, the Haku is the only tile that can claim a win here on Rome
And Luz
and Snow.
passing the second south. Really wants to be able to call Ricci if the Khan comes in, into play.
That actually might be the thinking there. Tempai for Amy on 5-8, so 2 comes out that doesn't deal in. Of course, the Haku is the only winning tile for Kevin.
The other two Haku are still lost in the wall somewhere.
Yeah, at this point, if you draw it, you might consider holding it because both Kevin and Amy have drawn or have called. They haven't really done that much with their hand.
They do look kind of like, well, there's a 5 so, and there's an 8 so, both of which would deal into Amy.
The tile's running thin for Amy. This is going to be a 2-sided weight if you drop the 7. 3-6 so for Ricci Nomi. Khan?
Kan. Sumo.
Oh!
Oh my goodness! The Renshan Haku!
Revealed the Haku to the door indicator, but drew the last one. They were both in the dead wall. Khan was the only way for him to win.
Oh my goodness!
What in the world?
We have seen just some absolutely monstrous, just nonsense.
Ridiculous. So that's why Luz wasn't conning the 9 so. She knew that the only way Kevin could win was if the Khan draw was revealed, and wasn't willing to let that happen. But
Yeah,
Kevin
Luz was like, I don't want to deal in.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Sanchoku Doku?
Oh, 7-7-7-7-7-7. I'm seeing it happen for Kevin. Toy at the top of it would be nice.
Why not? It wouldn't be the most wild thing that we've seen today.
Right? Amy has called twice. Ishan 10 already, so maybe not going to get the opportunity to go for that.
The 7 so is Dora, so you would love to pull that into hand.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about dropping the 8 so, because do you really want to drop that 7 later? And there it goes.
But now.
Wow, who could fight this? Luz has got a reasonable hand, can call a south. Kevin keeps drawing tiles that do not help the Sanchoku, which is a little sad. So this is likely just going to be Chundor 2. And Luz passes the last south, so just does not seem willing to open at all. Wants to hold on to all the tiles so that they'll have the best chance of defending if a Ricci happens.
We do have Tempai for Amy now, waiting on Tumon 4-peen. There are 2 left in the wall. I do wonder about... I guess the 4-mon's safe against Amy. That's a really good reason to toss it back, even though it would have given you kind of your best 5 blocks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can choose
I would have liked
discard.
I would have liked the 7-mon. Oh, but the 7-mon actually is going to end up getting pwned.
Yeah, so chose to keep the most blocks over them holding on to more efficient blocks, but slimming down a bit, which I think is fine.
Home.
I think I also would have discarded the 4-mon there. North call for Christian, though, and this is not Tempai. But Kevin instead grabs Tempai, winning on the 2-mon, 5-mon. It looks like there are 3 now left in the wall.
And now we have the weight switch for Amy, waiting on 2-peen, 5-peen.
Tempai now for Christian on the left, 1-pin, 4-pin.
Lots of Tempais.
None of these hands super expensive, though, except for the dealer. 5,800 there. Oh, Amy draws it. It's probably coming out.
Wrong.
It does deal into Christian. So that doesn't qualify as a lead changes. I think Christian had the lead already. But
He did. By 100 points over Amy and 300 points over Kevin. So the 300-point split between third and first is broken up.
All right. Hopefully hopefully you can still see the Tenho matches. I lost all of my screens at once.
I cannot.
All right, let's see if I
As
can...
a matter of fact, it is totally paused. I can watch it like on a slight delay on Twitch though. Oh, now it's back.
Yeah. My mouse glitched and hit like go to desktop, and all of a sudden everything disappeared for me, which means it disappears for you and possibly the viewers as well. So hopefully everything's back. Perhaps chat can confirm that. It should be up given what I can see right now. But all right, so we're in South 3. It is Kevin's dealership.
It is Amy's dealership. Kevin
Oh,
just
you're
lost
right.
the dealership.
Because of that, I didn't do the switch. And so Amy is the dealer and has a better hand, I think. Can aim for Pinfu here. See, we're entering the second row, so we should be getting some players who are close to Tenpai here. To the right, that looks pretty nice for Luz. Currently in 4th, so maybe not wanting to call for a cheap hand here, though. And as it is, Amy now Ishanten. With Yamen, Ishanten. To the left, Kevin might be able to make Itsu here. Unfortunately, you see 2 of the 4 pin get discarded, and you're thinking, maybe this isn't as likely to happen. As it is, we can see that there's only 1 4 pin left in the wall.
Daniel, I can't see the stream. It's
Oh,
paused
no.
for me.
Is this better?
Thank you. Yes, that's much better.
Yeah, sometimes OBS bugs out, and you have to be on a very specific window in order for it to show up. So I'll leave it up here, and hopefully you'll be able to watch it. Okay, this is Tenpai for Amy. Clears the Ricci only on 3-6 spawn, but that immediately gets chased.
Ooh, with the Hatsu draw.
Oh my, so that's a 2-5 weight. And what looks better here? You count the 2-5, I'll count the 3-6. I see 1 remaining tile for Amy.
There's 3 remaining for Luz. On top of that, the 2 is 1 chance. Because we see 3 3-mon, so we could definitely see the 2-mon getting pushed out, especially from Kevin, if Kevin gets closer to Tenpai.
Oh, but the last 6 comes into hand. Ricci Tsumo.
Amy always knows.
Yeah, a rare time where Amy doesn't actually find Ura. Maybe used that, bit of flow to get the last 6 instead of getting the Ura.
Does take first, though, so we do have another lead change.
All right, and so has the South pair as well. Potentially another dealer repeat here. Looking around the table, I'm not seeing anything fantastic for the other players.
But luckily for them, Amy's shapes are pretty bad, just in general.
Yeah, not amazing here either.
So even with even with a South call would still be a fairly slow hand.
Yeah, this is one of those hands where everyone's going to be constructing something, and so far maybe Luz is drawing a little bit better at the start, although Kevin on the left also drawing into an Anko there now has some reasonably good shapes to work with.
Amy's hand definitely improving. Oh, the 6P. Now we've got a couple of Ryanmen. We're feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
Or I guess we completed our only other Ryanmen, so we're back to having 1.
But still has the opportunity to call an open hand. The only other player who can do that is Christian across the table, who's waiting for the Hatsu.
Which is also kind of mysteriously not here.
Mysteriously absent. We've got a door in hand for Christian as well, and that's one thing that Amy is lacking.
Luz Ishanten discarding the 8-mon pair.
We see the Hatsu, and it does come out
Boom.
and called. Well, there's a second door drawn, and now you're in a really interesting position if you are Luz. Chances are you draw 3-6-9 for Tenpai.
I would have actually... This is certainly not the most efficient discard. I would have considered dropping the 5-peen, because the 6-7-8 Sanshoku's still alive.
Oh, yeah, that's That's an interesting thought as
リ
well.
ーチ
I actually kind of like that too now that you mention it.
We're
Because you
gonna
can
have
call for
Richie
it.
from Kevin first, though. Waiting on the 7-mon only.
We see 3 of those left in the wall. Oh, but there's a third Dora. And this is a big Tempai for Luce.
Yeah, I mean you have to Richie, right? 8-pin?
リーチ
Yeah, 8-pin comes out. Ricci on the 6-9. There are 4 of those left in the wall.
The 6 is Genbutsu to Kevin, which means the 9 is Suji.
6 drawn by Christian, not willing to throw it yet. Still Ishantem.
Amy's been sort of slowly maneuvering towards a Honitsu.
The 2-mon
The
is fairly
5-mon
safe.
drop suggests that she's not really chasing it. She's
Yeah, keeps drawing those Manzu tiles. And Christian is actually backed into another Tempai for Sanshoku even. But it's
No.
3d10. And there's the 7. Another Ricci Nomi, so... a good hand for Luce to fight with, just unfortunately. Couldn't find the win there. And now Dealer in all last. So this is the final, potentially the final hand of the final Hanchan of Table 1 for Division A2. We'll see what Luce can put together here. Has a Dora, has a smattering of honor tiles. Not amazing shapes to fight with, but really wants to put something together as Luce is currently in fourth place. Potential 789 Sanshoku, now you're thinking about it. To the right, we've got what looks like a Pinfu type hand. Across the table, there's a lot of Manzu there. But Kevin is in second place right now. Only needs 1,000 points. We'll just probably trying to find the fastest Tempai that he can. To the left, Amy is a couple tiles away from Tempai here. So that could be a fast hand as well. Amy also in first place can call for a Tanyao and speed things along. In fact, this 6-so is a reasonable call. Doesn't take it though.
I probably would have taken the 5-6-7 chi there.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do draw the 8. The 8-so as a result, and you're pretty happy with that. Ishanten now.
Can drop off the Kanchan now if you wish.
Yeah, the 3-5 might come out. Indeed, it does. So there's a potential to end up on the very nice 6-7-9-so weight.
Would have also been interesting to drop the 7-so and take the headless Ishanten for Sanshoku. But instead, it's just going to get the Pinfu Dora 1 Tempai instead.
And chooses
waiting
to...
on
Oh, go for
3-6.
it. Yeah, chooses the Dama here. You don't need...
Yeah, no reason to Ricci. That brings you underneath Kevin. The last thing you'd want is to Ricci and then Christian win a 1,000 point hand, and all of a sudden you go from first to third because you tossed out the Ricci stick.
Yeah, there is an interesting argument for declaring the Ricci in that if you win, you're earning a lot more points and securing your place. But I think perhaps, yeah, that's an interesting question.
At plus 81.9, I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, given the gap to the players below you, it would take 2 people to pass you currently in order for you to lose your promotion. So playing it safe here instead. But this does give the other players a chance to build their hands. Luce is actually kind of getting close now. Ishanten would love to draw 5 or 8, although the 8s are all gone. So 5s are also all gone. Unbeknownst to Luce, that's unlikely to happen. And this is Ishanten for Kevin now. Chooses to discard out of the Yankan shape. So I think that's a little less efficient, perhaps. But of course, you're looking to pair something up here.
1。
I guess you lose the 5 and you gain the 4. And we can see 2 5s have been discarded, so perhaps that is actually better.
Now we have Tenpai waiting on the Forso. Also Dama. For Tanyao Ipeko.
Oh, but
4。
the 3 will deal to Christian, who just found Tenpai on the right for just 1,000. So that will exchange places between Christian and Kevin, but not surpass Amy. So by not declaring the Ricci, Amy does end up grabbing the first place with 23 points. Christian with a decent sized second, plus 12.3, and a very good third for Kevin, plus 6.3. And Luz grabs the 4th place, negative 41.6, but that is unlikely to make a difference in the end here.
Yeah, that's honestly perfectly fine.
So that game plan seemed to be just kind of stay out of the way for Luz, and it worked out just fine. We'll look at the standings as they get updated here.
Luce, of course, still in first place overall. Perfectly safe. Luce will be promoting to A1, so congratulations to Luce. Amy also looking really good. It would take 2 people. So really the only way Amy could drop out of promotion range is if both you and Gina surpassed her, which would require more than 80-point gains.
In 4 games. So it's possible, but not likely, because we're in the same table.
Because you're playing Andre and Minko, and there's no way both of you get 80-point games without Andre and Minko losing a collective 50. So one of them would also drop below.
Oh, so yeah, Amy actually looking very secure now with a confirmed plus 100.
I feel comfortable saying that Amy is mathematically secured with a promotion spot. Like, there's no way Amy falls out because of the arrangement of the players who are still in contention.
Well, this is great then. It is all down to, well, that 5th place. Can someone surpass Anthony? And can someone knock Andre or Minko down far enough that they would lose a placement here? And so a lot will hinge on the matches that are going to be played Monday, which will be my table. We're playing 2 games, but maybe more. Maybe all 4 even. So we'll see. It should be some exciting matches there as well. And let's see. There's actually a match that's going on right now. Do you have any interest in watching that one?
I have not eaten all day. I am starving, and I am broadcasting later, so I probably should get some food.
Yeah, you do that. And I'm actually kind of curious about those matches. Let me take a quick peek.
It's Crow, Travis, Daniel, and Brian.
I meant to see if there were any broadcasters who are interested in covering this one with me.
But I will go ahead, and if no one ends up covering, I will let you close out. I'll toss the links into the Twitch chat on my way out, though, so that they are there.
Beautiful. Well, yeah, I will. I'm actually going to step into that match and just take a peek at it. And thank you, Ennui, for volunteering your time early today. I know you'll be on later with me to cover or perhaps another commentator. I know there are a couple people who are interested in that match, covering the playoff match for the B2B3. So if anybody is taking the opportunity with Ennui to step out, please make sure to tune in later this evening, as it will be a match to determine who makes it into B2 and who will end up in the B3 division next season. It'll be certainly thrilling to watch. And so thank you.
And those are going to be really fun to watch as well, because the highest third place finisher will stay in B2. So there's going to be a lot of fighting, even for the people who fall behind in early hunt.
Absolutely. So let's see, that match starts at what time?
No idea.
I believe it's 8 p.m. I'm going to check really quickly. No, 5 p.m. Pacific time.
So you were right.
8 p.m. Eastern, just the wrong time zone.
But thank you everybody for watching. I enjoyed being with you, Nathaniel. Thanks for doing the work of broadcasting and commentating. It was a blast.
Absolutely, and catch you later this evening.
Deuces.
All right. So just taking a quick peek at this table, we're in East 3. It is a
Each.
B1 matchup, and I know we don't have the right players up on the screen just yet. I'll fix that in just 1 second, but we see Arichi across the table for 6-mon Haku. None of the Haku have been discarded yet. The 6-mon just came out, so 1 left in the wall. Richidora, potentially Richidora Haku. And let me take a look at the players who are in here. It looks like, oops. It looks like we'll have Crow, Travis, Daniel, and Brian. And as soon as this hand ends, I'll go ahead and switch the names so that we can see the player stats and everything else. Now, Crow had made an early call of the 1-mon, aiming for probably a Junchan or Chanta, but seems to be folding at this point. Travis is our dealer. Ooh, draws the Haku and discards it immediately. So that will be the 3-mon hand, unless there's Ura. We do not have Ura, but it's still 7,700, and that is our dealer. So let's go ahead, switch across the table to, I believe this is Brian. And instead of reading out the hands, I'm going to go ahead and change the players we have. Oops, that's the wrong Travis.
Pom.
See Travis. Crow. Brian. And who is the 4th player here? Oh, Daniel.
T.
So you probably can't see the calls that are being made on screen right now. Now that everything's adjusted there, we can go right back into the game. And Brian has made 2 calls for Haku only. He's on 10 right now. Looking at the hands, who can match the speed? It looks like everyone else is pretty slow here. Potential for Ipeko on the left. That hand is Gyan Shanten. Ishanten now, although not accepted. So he wants to draw more Sozu instead. Also, perhaps thinking about building a 1-2-3 Sanshoku on the left. Across the table, that could turn into
T.
Tanya potentially, but instead Brian calls it a 10 by now. So the 3-6 so is the weight. It looks like there are 5 left in the wall. And it's a cheap hand, but it would be enough to push Brian over 30k.
Pom.
It should be noted that at this table, Brian is a substitute player, and so the score that Brian receives will not affect his standings. However, the scores that Travis and Daniel and Crow receive will indeed have an effect in the overall placement. And of course, the 3 players, Crow, Daniel, and Travis, are all in the promotion zone, as we have 8 players from B1 who will advance. In fact, let me modify the description of this match, as this is a B1 match.
Gong.
The 6 so comes out, and Brian will claim Sanshoku because it was the Takame, as well as the Haku. So 2,900, plus the Honba and another dealership. So nice little streak here. OBS decided it didn't want to output anything there for a second. We're back, and Brian's got a very nice starting hand. Chooses to drop the 8-9 Penchon, but still has the opportunity to build in the Sozu. And I like that the 9-mon came out here first. Leaves more options in the future, even Itsu potential. To the right, we've got what looks to be a very natural Pifu type hand, maybe even Pifu Tanyao. Across the table is a collection of awkward shapes. But that 3-mon is a really nice pickup and chooses to discard the 4-mon and force the Dora 1-mon into the hand. That's kind of interesting because the 4-mon could be used as a floating tile, maybe instead of a 1-pin or 9-pin. And now you don't get to keep the 6-mon, and so it is a little bit awkward there. To the left, Daniel has actually a really nice hand here, 2 away from Tenpai and a door already. Hanging on to the 2-mon, perhaps in hopes of building an Ipeco in the lower Manzu and being able to use another Dora. But Brian finds Tenpai definitely had the better hand out of all the players at the table here. Richie Pinfu doesn't quite have the Sanshoku chance here, but it's a 3-6 pin weight, 5 tiles remaining in the wall. Oh, and that's a good draw for Daniel, so now Daniel has the opportunity to fight as well. Ishanten there would have to drop the 2-mon. It is Genbutsu though, so that is totally safe against the dealer reach. And now a 3-mon drawn for Travis. That is not a tile you really want to drop here. What are you willing to push? Oh, push the 6. That is sort of like half suited to the Richie tile, but that unfortunately does not pay off. And with the Uradora, Brian actually finds 5,800 here. So now really pulling ahead in the lead, 39,000 points.
Boom.
Travis wants this dealership to end, calls the East very quickly, doesn't have a ton of value to support this, but would at least move things around. Plus you get the 1,200 points from the Honba in the middle of the table. A dealer's hand looks nice though. Could be Tanyao Pinfu, could use the Dora as well, which is excellent for a dealer hand. Even just Tanyao Dora 2 would be 5,800 if you compare up the 5-pin. Across the table, Travis, who had made the call earlier, now pairs up the West, so the value just increases there. Ishanten now, if you can draw the 2-pin or call the West. And now a wider shape here, you can drop the 3-pin, and now you'll be able to accept the Dora 5 if you were to draw it, or if it were to be dropped by Crow. And Crow on the right is hanging on to that 5-pin for now. However, is Ishanten and actually chooses to discard it after the dealer does so, assuming that it might become dangerous later on. But that gives Travis Tenpai on the 1-pin and the West, and the 1-pin might come out right now. Instead, the 3 is discarded. That's actually really interesting. Perhaps just a play for safety here for Crow, as the 3-pin was Genbutsu, and in fact, the West is what comes out from Daniel's hand and deals into 3 Han, plus the 1,200 is actually a nice pickup for Travis. So plus 51, and we move on to East 4. Yeah, Crow's in a position where they don't really have to fight for anything here, given the current standings. We can see Crow is in first with over 300 points and definitely not in danger of demoting at all. So has no need to fight for anything, can just sit back and let the other players play it out. And that's kind of the way we saw Loose play in the final game of that set of 4 Hanchan earlier. So it might be a similar sort of thing for Crow, although with this hand, I feel like you've got to go for it. You have the East, double East as an Anko in your hand, and an Anko of the Dora 4, so you're already sitting at a concealed Mangan, and you can call anything you want for Tenpai. This definitely looks like the hand to beat at the table, although there are some very good hands around the table as well. Actually, to the right, Travis and Ishanten for Richie Pinfu. Across the table, we see Daniel, who's making a 1-2-3 Sanshoku, or although it could be a 2-3-4, depending on how things go. And then to the left, it is Brian, who's making Honitsu. So very strong hands at this table.
Each.
All right, we see a Richie from Daniel. We'll not get the Sanshoku here, but Richi Pinfu, Richi Pinfu. Waiting on 6-9 pin. Oh, it looks like I've got a backup commentator.
Hello, everybody. I'm
Hey.
back now.
It's Garrick. Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Had a busy day, but I'm here to enjoy casting some of this V1 action.
Yeah, did you get the chance to watch? Well, you just said busy day, so probably didn't get the chance to watch the earlier
I was
matches.
watching a bit when I could, but I did see that pretty crazy Chinroto. But,
Yeah, we've caught several of the Yakuman this season on stream, and that was incredible. Though just the way that hand came together, and for Luce actually in choosing to fight for the Yakuman was great to watch.
And rewarded for it. That's always nice.
Absolutely. And so we'll see if anything that exciting happens in these B1 matches. We see Travis is our dealer and has a great starting hand. He showed it already. To the right, we've got...
A whole bunch of pairs, though, so it is kind of tough to get that to work, but...
You draw a 6-mon, you're happy, I think.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Okay, in a situation like this, I almost like dropping the 1-pin, and maybe angling towards a possible Tanya.
Yeah. Would make sense, actually.
As it is, you might end up on a 1-pin, 3-pin Shampoo, which doesn't seem terrible. 1-pin might come out. Let's see, to the right, we have a chance at 1-2-3 Sanshoku, but now you've got, well, Junchan and Ipeko chances for Daniel. This hand could be extremely expensive. Let's see, across the tape, we have Tanya with a Dora. 2 tiles away from Tenpai there. Oh my. Oh my. So that's a Richi from Daniel. And we've got Richi Ipeko. Unfortunately, did not pull in the Junchan draw.
Yeah. And dealer pairs up another, the 5-mon, and is now struggling to, does drop the 1-pin to go for Tanyo at least.
Oh! But then drew the 1-pin. Well, the 1 was probably safer than the 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I might have called that 6 there. Just then to grab Tenpai on the Shampoo 3-pin 5-mon.
Oh, does draw the backfire 6-mon on the already discarded 7-mon.
Yeah, it looks like Travis is playing safe, though. Doesn't want to fight this Richi. Did draw the winning tile, or it has been holding that to so. And there's 1 left in the wall for Daniel to win on. But choosing to drop the Dora 8, so because it was safe. Also because if someone else finds Tenpai later, you don't want to be holding that in hand. That could become dangerous later on. So if you're playing defensively, that's the proper way to do it, I think.
Yeah, there's all sorts of danger of holding that any longer than you need to when you've already decided to fold. So
exactly,
tossing it early, it makes more sense.
Oh, that's an interesting call. So fighting back into Tenpai, waiting on the 6. So there's 1 left, and it's in Brian's hand. Brian's actually Tenpai on the 5, so 2-mon for Tanya Dora. Oh, speaking of Tenpai, there's another one here from Crow. Pushes the 3.
One is Tenpai.
Yeah, Genbutsu to the Richi. Is not willing to reach though. Okay, so the 5. Are you willing to push that?
Difficult choice. You never really want to push like totally central tiles into Richi's for sure.
Yeah, chooses the 5-pin instead, which was Nakasuji. However, it's the 2-mon that comes out and deals into the Tainodora hand. All right, South 2. What do you make of these these hands?
Dealer definitely has a pretty strong hand. Good shapes with So and Adora and some Ramen everywhere. Hand on the right doesn't have very much. It's got a whole bunch of lone honors, and it's always really sad to look at. Hand across, probably Pinfu. I see a couple of Ramen, which is nice. Hand to the left, pretty much the same. Completed shapes, possibly Peiko. That's a pretty nice draw.
We saw a pair up of the Hatsu to the right, so a chance for a call there. In fact, comes out right away. So Brian now speeding things along.
Mm-hmm.
We see the Dora.
Boom.
Just call everything too. A whole bunch of ones. Maybe Toy is in the mix here.
Yeah, possibly if you pair up the 6 or 8 pin.
Yeah.
Dora to the left though, and Travis. Say Travis looks like a really nice hand here. Tanya Dora 2
Yeah, it
minimum
does.
with tiles that can accept improvements. I mean, right now you've got 2 Kanchan shapes, but
Boom.
That's a pretty good draw. You can treat that as your head now, and you're a Tenpai on the right.
7 pin is the way 2 across the table. Not guaranteed to be locked up in that hand though. However, we have seen Crow playing fairly defensively when calls happen. So we'll see how he
Right.
treats this.
It is also now inevitably a Suji trapped.
Right. Oh, that 5 doesn't help. Oh, now shakes it anyway. 50-10 on the 4-7.
Right.
And the Ricci from Travis, this is a big hand. Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, potentially Ipeko on the 2-so. But Daniel fights with the dealer Ricci waiting on the 2-mon 8-pin. Ricci, Dora 1.
1.
One gets immediately drawn across the way, but isn't tossed out. Ooh.
Brian calls back into a Tenpai that can roam on Hadaka Tanki on the 5-so, which is dangerous. So he chose the right tile to discard. The 8-pin comes out from Crow. Ricci, Dora will get a repeat. 3,900 plus a couple sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your own
But
stick and then
Crow's
one
notion
other.
that he can take these hits and not really care too much.
Absolutely.
To be truly honest.
And these are players that you're going to be fighting against next season, right?
Arguably not Crow.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Arguably not any of them, because the promote range for this league is very wide, right? So they could theoretically all be moving up.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, if Brian keeps going off like this, it might be more difficult for the other players. Like Brian's had a very good game. I've really enjoyed watching his play. And well, dealer's got a pair of E's, so you can get another dealership here. You also have a Dora and the potential to incorporate another one. So this is actually Yanshan Tem.
Mm-hmm. Very quick, and definitely hoping to call this East, I imagine, to just get a quick. Does decide to call for, I'm assuming, Otosuke on these East.
It's an interesting call. I bet you if the 4 was what came out, he wouldn't call it. But because it was the Dora, East Dora 2 is 5,800. I like this.
Unfortunately, those 2 Easts are locked up across the way with no particular assurance that it'll come out. It isn't a Yaku on the other side, though, so it may not, but it does look like an easy way for him to get that, Honitsu that he might be aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. And interesting, Daniel, I think, had the opportunity to call the 1-pin, did not do so. But when the 4-pin came out, did choose to call it. So disguising the fact that this is Otosuke for an honor tile makes it look like it's Tanyao. And so if Crow ends up defending eventually in the future, might think, given Tanyao, that the East is safer.
Right. So the only possible option in this hand, I feel, is for inevitably one of these 9-so to come out, because you'd have to pawn to end up completing your hand. You know?
Well, we declined to comment on the fact that Travis was Tenpai, silently Tenpai. It just happened with Sumo, and so it moves us along. All right, we've got Brian's dealership. This is the last dealership. Starts with a pair of Dora and some good Yamen shapes. So we might see an expensive hand here for the dealer.
Mm-hmm.
To the right, we see 2 completed sequences already and a pair. That hand's not looking bad either. Oh, the 8-mon's great draw. Now you can think of the 5, 6, 7, 8 as a 5, 6 and a 7, 8. So two Yamen shapes instead of 1 complete shape and a floater.
Hoping to draw a 4-mon to get that Samenchan weight, which I always love.
Yeah, beautiful 3-sided weight. Across the table, well, when do you con? Maybe not anymore.
Not at all now, yeah.
Yeah, so you think
Not
about
here
that as an
mentioned.
Anko of 2-so and then a 2-3 sequence.
Hmm.
And then to the left, that's Ishanten. Wide
Yeah.
Ishanten.
Lots of, actually.
Super wide. You can draw 4-mon, 5-pin, 4-so, and then the 2-5-so.
Yep. Possibly I don't know, maybe not, but you might want to upgrade to Tanya if you draw a 4-pin. But
Yeah,
I
you
feel
also have
like-
the opportunity to make that a 4-5 shape, waiting for 3-6.
right.
But the Tanya is easier to call, so
Mhm.
there's an argument to go either way. However, Brian Ishanten.
Ooh. Yeah,
リーチ
that's a good draw.
Tenpai Crow did not like the Shampoo weight, but instead chooses, after drawing the 9-mon, the 4-7,
ツモ
and gets rewarded with the Ipatsu Tsumo Richi Tsumo Ipatsu Pinku, and one Ura.
One or for Mangan.
That actually will,
Knocks people under 30k and puts them in the second.
yeah, great result for Crow, who just cannot lose.
And now moving into all last, it's kind of impetus is on the dealer, on Crow, who is first place, to possibly just continue to stranglehold this game, or just decide to end it and with a nice second.
Yeah, right now the hand not looking amazing, so you'd be perfectly fine being no 10 at the end of this hand.
And just ending it, yeah.
What about the other hands?
I definitely see a possible eventual Salmon-chan weight on the right for possibly Pinfu if they draw the 2-mon. Hand across, possible 4-5-6 Shanshoku. I see the beginnings of that actually looking pretty good. On the left, lot of nice shapes and so, but kind of needs help filling in shapes for in the other suits.
Yeah, even put it over 6,
Possible
7, 8.
Tanyo.
Sancho there
6,
too.
7. Oh, you're right. 6, 7, 8. Didn't see that.
Of course, you'd love to draw the 7-mon because you want to use that 8, the Dora
Right.
8-mon.
Doraemon.
And we see even Crow choosing to hang on to the 8-mon instead of the 5-mon there,
Mm-hmm.
even though the 5 can technically accept more tiles. And
Yeah.
and you've already dropped a 9. Now that the shapes are coming together, the Pinzu chooses to get rid of the Monzu altogether, so
Or
it's a bit
possible
awkward.
Itsu as well.
Yeah, Itsu's is definitely, I think, the route that Crow's aiming for.
Yeah.
We see Ishanten to the right, hoping to fill that Penchan in first.
Mm-hmm. Would be sitting on 6 blocks, I think, had he kept that. Oh, okay. No, decides to drop the 1-3 instead of the 8-9, and Crow does draw another tile for the possible Itsu. Now needs either to fill in one of the pairs, so 1-so, 3-so, 6-so would be Tenpai waiting on the fill of the Itsu, but still Tenpai.
Yeah. What do you make of this Dama from Travis?
Travis waiting on. Okay. Does Ricci? Atuda does. What's that term?
Tsumogiri Ricci.
Tsumogiri Ricci. Yeah. I can see why, but it definitely isn't a great weight. So it would have been it would have been Ricci no Mi anyway, right? So
Richie Door 1.
Ricci Door 1, right? I always forget about that.
But you just noticed Crow drawing that
Yeah.
6-pin. Now Tenpai in the 3s. Oh, with a 7.
Oh,
Can you fight this?
I feel
I
like
mean, it doesn't really matter if
has-
you deal in, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think it just has to come out and
But Crow is
Oh.
playing this,
smartly.
playing this normally, right? Playing
Yeah.
playing for placement here. If we go to
Mhm.
Ryukyoku and you lose, 1,500 points or 1,000 points, you're fine. If all 3 players
Mhm.
are Tenpai, then you're unlucky.
Yeah, and you would have lost. I think you would have lost more from not being Tenpai if everyone else is Tenpai, and barring Uradora, of course.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be hard for
Mhm.
everyone to reach Tenpai. I mean, there are some players who are close.
Yeah,
I mean, actually on the left, Brian is Tenpai, and Crow actually gets back into Tenpai at the very
Actually
end.
gets back into Tenpai.
Didn't have to
as
take
well.
it though. Could have ended the game there. But instead, we go again.
Yeah.
So a bit of Mawashi there from Crow pays off, does not deal in,
Yeah.
and finds 1,000 points. And Brian's like, no, I will end this game. You weren't going to deal into my Dama Sancho Kudora 1? That's okay. I will manually do it. Actually, I think that had Tanya as well for the Mangan. So
Yeah, you're right.
anybody watching this game, Brian is, although I think this is one of the first times that we've seen him play, is
Yeah, looks like it.
doing quite well. And Crow, of course, has been just dominating all season. Definitely two
Mhm.
players who are very strong. We see
1
another call for Brian. Now Ishantem looking for a pair.
Just trying to speed away, calling everything he can. He already has the confirmed Yaku, so it's just using these calls to quickly fill these annoying shapes, I guess.
Yeah, I said Ishantem, but is actually not Ishantem.
Has no head, so would need to get that and fill two
Well-
shapes, I believe. Oh,
Speaking
he
of
does draw another Dora.
speaking of filling shapes, that's probably going to be your pair. And now you draw
Mhm.
into your Sozu shape. So now
Oh my
Ishantem.
goodness, yep.
You can cheat a
So-
4 for Tanya Tenpai, Tanya Dora 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that's always unfortunate when you have every single odd number in a suit, which Brian would have had. Oh, does fill in the shape though.
リーチ
Hangs onto the door. Might end up in Dora Tonki, but Richie from Crow.
Yeah, does fill in the Ryankan and Richi's right away.
Richie Dora 2 waiting 3/6 so. I'm really curious to see how Brian plays this now. We can see to the right, Travis is going for the Honitsu, so won't necessarily be dropping the 3s or 6s easily. Now Daniel, on the other
Piso
hand,
is going to be a little bit spooky. Does not drop it.
yeah, in fact, throws the way the good Bonzu shape. So looks like a
Mhm.
fold from Daniel here.
Right.
Sumo
And similarly, same for Brian.
Unless,
But-
yeah. Oh, Sumo's 8. Here we go again.
So another Mangan, and now
Mhm.
Crow claims first place.
And continues it. Yeah.
So passing the choosing to retain Tenpai at the end of the previous hand actually pays off, as now Crow claims the first place.
Gets a full Mongon, which is great for points. The points it doesn't particularly need either, but not going to complain about it again.
Yeah, we've got a beautiful start as well. 4 pairs, but you really are actually trying to just call this out and use the 2 Dora.
Mhm.
6 Mon is the Dora, by the way. 2 for the dealer. We don't see any in the other hands.
ポン
Yeah.
So there's the quick call. Ooh, confirmed Ipeco for Travis, should he choose to accept it. In fact, does lock that
Also
in.
possible. What's it?
Junchan?
Chanta. Well.
Oh, Chanta,
Junchan or
you're
Chanta,
right.
Yeah. Does have the East.
Yeah, we'll probably... Oh, with a 6-pin draw, you just take the Tenpai, I
Probably
think.
Not. Yeah.
Hmm.
Waiting on 8-pin only. Yeah. 8-pin only. Yeah.
So no Ricci here. This would not be enough to make any change in the standings.
Mhm.
Now, might be prepared to pass up a win on the 8, so, and instead, 8-pin, and instead wait for possible Yan Peiko. You should draw the 5-pin or
Ooh.
6-pin.
Cannot win at this moment because there's no Yaku, correct? Would need to
Wow.
Richi to be able to win on the 8-pin.
Well, it does have the Ipeco.
Oh, right, does have the Ipeco. I forgot about that.
I'm curious to see if Travis would be willing to take it or not. I don't think so. I think he's actually really gunning for the Yan Peiko shape.
Yeah, just needs more. Ending the game with what would be 1,000 more points doesn't do very much.
And
in
might-
in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly.
リーチ
Oh, Tenpai for Daniel. And now you might reach and chase, because that's your direct competition.
Hmm.
Oh, you can't take this.
Oh, definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, it's 1300 plus 2. Homba is 19 plus the stick is 29. It's not enough. I was thinking you might chase, like.
Yeah, might chase reach, but
Okay, here it is. But that will deal in.
oh no.
ドン
Oh, I want to see Yanpeko. We've seen so many insane hands today.
That's so sad. Yeah.
Props to Travis, though, for building that opportunity. Just so
Yeah.
unfortunate that it happened to deal in.
Hmm.
And, well, it is a cheap hand, but that does lock 4th place for Travis. And Crow with a 1st place, plus 31.6. Brian grabs the 2nd, plus 9.9. Daniel will move a little bit down further in the standing with a negative 10.6. And Travis with a negative 30. We will take a look at the standings and see if these get updated. They have indeed.
Yeah, there they go. Oh, Crow's at a massive positive 345 over the season.
Do you happen to know what the highest score is for any of these divisions? I know there's some.
It has to be because for a while B2A was really high. I think it was first for a while at like 200, but we kind of leveled off with some of the top performers falling back a bit, and Crow clearly has not stopped.
Absolutely.
So I know I'm entirely sure that his 11 first places is top of the league. So I'm going to assume that's the most points.
And 2 games remain.
Yeah.
Incredible. I had the wrong number. It said game 4 out of 4. We were only on game 2 out of 4, and they've just started another one.
Oh, right.
Let's take a look at the full screen standings for a second. Oop, these are the wrong full
This
screen
is-
standings.
8-2, I believe.
Yep, we'll just do a quick flicker. Yeah, these just haven't gotten updated. There they go. And yeah, here we can see that the top 8 players now no longer include Travis at the moment. Although Travis with 2 games to yet to play could still climb back up.
Hmm.
And there's going to be some interesting fights to make it in. Albert's just outside the range and has a chance to push up there. Even the players in the negatives right now. Ooh, actually I didn't see Andres has actually played all 4 games. So it's actually Ryan is the next player at negative 57. Would have to have a really strong showing in the final 4 games to make it to promotion. So
Yeah.
really it's Albert and Travis who are fighting with John and Daniel and Stanley and Aaron to try to stay in that promotion zone.
Some of the other tables could also drop down to that plus 20 range to make it ever more interesting in that promotion range. And even if there are 8 people promoting, it's still so interesting because no matter what, there's always going to be that cutoff line of people who do promote and people who don't.
Right.
So everyone around there is going to have a lot to fight for.
All right, I'm just loading up the new game. Looks like we have maybe a couple minutes before it starts. Let
Okay.
me switch screens back. And we'll see about 2 minutes.
Note that Crow is not first in EV for this league,
That's kind of
but
interesting.
actually second. Yeah, because he's so much farther ahead in overall points that you'd expect it to be him to be first, but just by a bit he was second, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that is who's second behind him?
It was Geelong. So
Okay, so the second place.
Not
The first and
all
second
that
are
surprising.
2-1 in terms of EV.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's quite cool. Actually, since the game's going to start in a second, would you mind taking over the commentary for the start of that one? I'm going to go grab something
absolutely.
liquid to clear my throat. All right, I'll be back in just a second.
Okay. It looks like we'll be starting here in about less than a minute, clearly, since it is the minute shown on screen. And Travis would obviously love to get a great placement here and put himself back in the range. If the scores would, if it were to end like this, he would be out, as it is the top 8 people.
Home.
We are into the game. Dealer's hand looks like a possible Honitsu. Quite a few honors. None. Not very many paired up. Does immediately call one of them to and toss some of the other tiles, looking like forcing a Honitsu. Hand on the right has 2 Dora and now a possible Ipeco.
地
Lots of completed shapes, actually looking really strong. Hand across, a couple of pairs, some odd floaters around in other suits. Possible Pinfu. Hand on the right. One complete shape, not too much to work with, unfortunately. And a 3-4-5 pin shape is called on the right, and that is Tempai for a 4-so already. For Tanya Dora 2, which is pretty darn good. Dealer's hand is looking closer to Honitsu, but still would need to pair up some honor, and looks like it's not going to be fast enough to compete with the hand on the right. Does end up discarding his last non-so tile, but just doesn't have the pairs otherwise. Don't draw the possible deal in tile, which does fit in perfectly into his hand, so is safe from that for now, at least.
What have I missed?
Well, we're Tempai for Tanya Dora 2. The Chun is paired in Dealer's hand, allowing him to hopefully call that when it comes out for Tempai. And we do not see any of those. Hand on the right is still waiting for that one last 4-so in the wall. It would be the last one, and not entirely sure it'll come out from any of the other hands. Possibly if the player across, if Brian does draw it, and they come out.
Oh, that's technically
Especially
Tempai.
with that many surrounding tiles of so in the discard pile.
つも
Perhaps feeling like it would be safe, but
Oh my.
we are now Tempai. Dealer's now Tempai, depending on the discard. Yeah, waiting on the 5-8 so, but ends up being 2-mode for a Mangan.
All right, so Crow grabbing the Tanyao Sanshoku. Dora 2, Mangan gets off to an early lead in East
I did
1.
not catch the Sanshoku. I was talking about the entire time. I didn't even see it, which is kind of sad.
Well, I didn't notice it either because I came in late and I just saw it pop up on
Yeah.
the screen. Like, oh, that's how it
Oh,
Well, let's see here. So fast tune call from Daniel. Yishanten waiting to fill in the 2-4 Mon or the 2-4 So. Looking around, I'm looking at great hand on the left. Has Sanshoku chance, Pinfu chance, Tanya chance. Even could include
Mhm.
Dora. Everyone else,
Yeah.
kind of mediocre.
yeah. Hand across definitely just wants to call more things and finish the hand quickly, I imagine.
So if you were Daniel across the table, would you con
Mhm.
the 6 Mon?
6-mon? If I were to draw it, not right away. If it were to be dropped, I don't think so.
1
Okay. Well, probably the right choice given that Traps is going to reach.
Yeah, now that it's that, I'm not.
It looks like Richi, Tanya, Pinfu. 3-6 pin is the weight.
That's a pretty nice hand.
Wow, 6 left on the wall. That's impressive.
Mm-hmm. Good chances to draw that and sumo for what is probably a pretty nice hand.
Sumo Ura would be Mangan. Now the tiles start to be drawn into hands, but
Yeah.
so far not yet to be discarded.
that possible dealer 3-pin does fit in pretty well into dealer's hands, so it may not come out.
Could even use another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shot 10 now for dealer. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it was bound to happen. And
Yeah.
now we do the Uda check.
Richi Tsumo, Pinfu, Tanyao,
Noda.
Nora, but 6,200. Yeah, this is still pretty good.
52 plus the reach stick back, and we move to Brian's dealership. Oh. Yeah, 3 discards. So let's see here. I like the Sosu here. 789 Sanshoku is something that's in the back of your head. Itsu is
Also possible
possible.
Junchan.
Oh, Junchan's good too.
Yeah.
You can even make Ipeko in the lower Sosu. Lots of different options, and a lot will depend on what you draw first.
Yeah.
Well, that tile only adds more question marks.
Yeah.
I like the 7-mon discard here. You're keeping your options open. Oh no. I think the 1 pin, so you lose the Dora acceptance. However, you do keep 789 Sanshoku alive, and you still keep Junchan.
Kind of alive, and it would probably be an Ipeko if you were to draw the 7-8.
Exactly.
So again, actually possible Ryanpeko, Junchan, which would be kind of crazy.
Yeah. How often do you see that?
Yeah.
Would require some very good draws in discarding the 7-8 shape,
Richi.
though. Instead, we see Crow with another Richi on the left.
Oh gosh.
So
Or
fast.
Richi Pinfu.
And a Dora.
Dora, yes, Dora.
Ipatsumo would be Mongon.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 tiles left in the wall for that, so not bad.
Not as good as last time, but still make it Dora, and you know.
End up in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Hand to the right was very pair heavy. 5 actually, so Ishan 10 for Chitoi. But you also have a chance to add a normal hand here. Instead chooses to bail with the Chun.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes enough sense. I still think you need to.
つも
Oh, it's a two anyway. Pinfu and Iura. No.
Same
Or
hand.
What looks to be the exact same hand.
Yeah, and actually I should have said
Dora
bail.
with-
Oh, yeah, I should have said bail for Daniel because
Uh-huh.
there's still a chance to work that around to normal hand. In fact, end up Ishan 10 for Sanshoku.
Right.
Ipeko there, so
Oh. Dealer's hand looks really nice. Already.
oh, I love this.
Ishanten? No.
Ian Shanten, yeah.
Yeah, Shanten, but can accept a lot of tiles.
Yeah,
I
can make
believe.
Sanshoku, can make Tanya Pinfu,
Mhm.
can make Ipeko.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Who can fight this? Who can fight this? Across the table, I'm seeing reasonable shapes as well.
Mhm.
Oh, that's Crow again. Looks like it
Yeah.
might not be Richi Tsumo Pinfu Dora this
Boom.
time.
Yeah.
Just a Tanya push, but Crow has
Yeah.
incentive to just call out and win.
Mm-hmm. The faster you can get done with the games, the faster you can, like, I don't know, sit in first happily.
Yeah, you don't want
That's
these games to be
good
lasting
concept.
until the
Yeah.
playoffs tonight. You want to be able to sit down with some popcorn and watch that.
Watch those, exactly. Those matches are going to be fun.
I cannot
it does
wait.
fill the shape.
But yeah, so Ishan 10 now
Mm-hmm.
with a Samenchan Plus in the Pinzu. You can draw any of 3, 6, 9, 2, 7.
No, I cannot read that at all.
Yeah, the way I look at it is I remove the 7 pin from the hand and say, okay, that's the 3, 6, 9.
Right.
But if we put the 7 pin back in and think of it as a
Boom.
pair, then you can have it like a Shampoo 7 pin, 2 pin.
Oh, now it's easy to read. It's just a 2-5. So wait for Tayo Nomi.
Yeah, it's almost a little sad that you have to call that for Tempai, but we are getting
Gee.
so late in the hand and up 2
Yeah.
players have already called. It makes sense that
And-
you should push forward as well.
Especially with like 4 of your tiles discarded, not
Mm.
even thinking about what's in the other people's hands.
Sumo.
You just gotta think,
Yeah,
I
that's
gotta go now.
another good point.
Oh, and
The
it's
crow-
Tsumura Cross for the Tanya Nomi instead.
So Crow's third win in a row, and we
Mhm.
move into the South round. All right, it's Travis's dealership, and potentially Peiko in the lower Pinzu. Potential to include the door 5 pin. Outside of that, kind of
Nothing.
awkward.
Yeah.
How,
Just some honors, lone honors.
how much are you thinking
Always
about
feels bad.
Honitsu here?
Honestly, I'd have to wait for at least 2 more Montile draws before I think about it, or pairing up a couple of those honors.
Because I think
This-
Travis was actually thinking about that, and that's why he dropped the 7 so instead of one of the honors.
Mhm.
Now it just confirms that with
Right. Actually, I do recall in East One, he had a very similar hand with 1 pair of honors and immediately called the first honor drop and hard force 22. So this is actually a direct mirror of the very first hand. So yeah.
So maybe that's like
Actually.
for players who end up playing Travis in the future, meta gaming will call for that Honitsu. In fact, pairs up the Chun, so now actually has a reasonable shot at it.
Also, maybe an outside shot at a Dai / Shosangen. I always like seeing at least one of all the different dragons, but it looks like it's gonna die with the Hakudra. Oh,
Well, 2 Hatsu also out, so Shosangen
oh yeah, it's
is the only way
gone.
to happen.
Yeah, right.
Hand to the right coming together a little bit. Potential
Mhm.
Itsu there.
Would be waiting on Dora, the 5-pin Dora, which is always tough to come by, as the hand the left has 3 of them and Anko of them.
Could have switched to Headless Ishanten there, but chose to discard, throw the 3 back. And I'm thinking, so here's your Tenpai. Just on
Yep,
the 5
That is
pin.
Tenpai.
Chooses not to take it. So still thinking about the Itsu there.
Mm-hmm.
And the nice thing is, you're looking at the discards from the player to your left, and from Crow's perspective, that is Travis, Big TG, who's going for the
Yeah.
Mon Honitsu, will drop the Sozu tiles that you need to make the Honitsu.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Itsu. So you might be leaning more towards calling for that.
Right.
Ah.
Would be a totally headless. Oh,
Travis just drew into Tenpai. Crow not willing to drop the East yet. It looks really dangerous.
yeah.
Would be Mongon if it did come out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 7 doesn't look good either. And I think Crow's probably going to bail
Oh.
here.
Yeah. Is starting to break up the Itsu, but that was a extraneous tile. It was a pair that, had Itsu been drawn, would have been discarded anyway.
Well, Crow says thank you to Brian, who dropped the 7 mon, and does manage to get rid of one of the dangerous
Right.
tiles. And Daniel, I'm sure, wants to push his hand with the 3 Dora, just is also aiming for Itsu and hasn't been getting the tiles from Brian.
Get the tiles, yeah.
Oh, there's a second East. And this Tenpai for Crow, if you can push the 6. I don't think he will,
the
and he
6
does
is
not.
Scary, yeah. Breaks
Now-
apart. Well, it's
Crow-
still Ishanten.
Yeah, I can still
right?
draw into
Yeah.
Tenpai here.
Yes.
And does.
Ah,
So we've seen Crow do this a couple times. Draw the winning tile, refuse to push it, but find Tenpai anyway.
mhm.
And that's a really good note for viewers and myself and anybody. Like, you don't always have to push your hand. You can hang on to the tiles that you think are dangerous and then work
Mhm.
a way to use it into your hand later for K10.
Dealer did all Tenpai, so does also get 1,500 points, which is great for him. Does push him above 30,000.
And has a reasonably good hand here. Holding on to the Dora North, it doesn't look like it will be very useful in this hand. However, if you pair it up, you're
Would
pretty happy.
Want to love to use it, yeah.
Across the table, Brian's doing something similar. Also has a hand that can't really use it per se, but you could end up on Dora Tonki with those shapes, and that wouldn't be a bad thing. And now
Yeah.
Crow drawing one. So the doors are getting evenly distributed around this table, and no one's willing to drop it just yet.
Yeah. I'm
Boom.
sure if it keeps continues and one person drops one, it'll instantly go from everyone's hand. Oh, it is paired up across the way, actually. Or maybe not.
Yeah, and actually Crow also angling towards Honitsu might have might be incentivized to hang on to that as well.
Yeah. With the double nan, I believe. Yeah.
1
You're right. Brian finds Tenpai thinking about whether to Ricci that does choose to do so, waiting on the 4-pin.
Richidora 2 is not the worst, I suppose. It's enough
Absolutely.
value, and it's so early. It's first row. It's got just to put pressure on the table.
Yeah, 5,200 minimum is just fine. And Crow is kind of going for that Honitsu. If he continues to push, let's see. Yeah.
Ooh.
If they continue to push their,
Yeah, sorry, continue.
I was gonna say if they continue to push the hand, would have to drop the Pinzu. What were you gonna say about?
It's now Nakatsuki dropped. He's dropped the 1-pin and the 7-pin, making the 4-pin look a little safer.
Okay, and let's see, might it come out of Daniel's hand? It's
Yeah,
like-
there's a possibility.
I feel like Daniel is a bit of a defensive player, and
Mhm.
might choose to throw the Anko of Haku before.
Haku, right? That's what I'm thinking. Also,
Oh, but it doesn't
Wrong.
count.
oh no. Do we have any
Does find one.
Oh, for Mangan.
Yeah, and that's sort of the curse of being a defensive player that can recognize common defensive techniques.
Mhm.
Sometimes they backfire on you, and the sort of safe discard ends up not being safe.
Yeah.
I know I've gotten burned by that.
Always same. Just today in a match, it was sad, and don't always. You can't always. It's not a foolproof defense. People can play around it, and yeah.
I'll leave the hands to you,
Yeah.
as I've got a coughing fit.
Dealer's hand looking pretty strong. Possible Itsu in pin. Hand to the right has quite a few pairs. Could be looking at Chitoi. Hand across also has quite a few pairs. Maybe a possible 2, 3, 4. Sanshoku also in the works. And does drop the 2-man, so probably will not be the case. Hand on the left. Probably mostly Pinfu shapes, I imagine. With some Ryamen, Ryankan, and the 5, 6, 7, 8 shape in so.
Yeah, if you're really trying to build value in the hand, what are you looking for? Any
for
extra
which hand?
Yaku you can find on the left?
On the left. I mean, there is the possible. Oh, is there a Honi? There is a Honitsu 5, 6, 7. That is definitely a possibility.
Oh yeah, the
Also,
Sanshoku?
maybe Sanshoku 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I think I would, like if I needed value and I was trying to build
Mhm.
something, that's definitely what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Does drop the 9, so is not looking for the 8-man.
Yeah, the Itsu chance, probably a lot harder to build anyway.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree.
Now, speaking of Itsu, Crow's hand is Ishanten for that.
Yeah.
Needs
1,
a
2, 3, 4,
6.
5, and 6, and a 7.
Yeah, 6 and a 7.
It
And
already has the pair and the other completed shape, so that's pretty nice.
oh, interesting. Chooses not to keep the headless Ishanten. It's a lot more efficient to retain that Tuso, but is just totally committed to hanging on to the safe tune.
So does drop the 5s. The Travis does drop the 5, so it looks like may just be going for. Actually, now that I see it,
Home.
Chitoi is a possibility here.
Yeah, that actually looks
Yeah.
like the route. Oh, but now you've drawn an Anko.
Oh boy.
You can't really use it at
Does
this
not
point
take it. Yeah.
unless you're switching to Toy Toy.
hmm
本
Speaking of Toy Toy, that's what Daniel's going for, and
Yeah.
this is Tenpai. 9, so
Oh, that's
6
a
pin.
backfire. does draw another 6-0 immediately after discarding one, which is pawned by the hand across by Daniel.
Hmm.
9, so are there actually no tiles of this in the wall? The winning tile would need to come from another hand.
Tenpai for
believe, yeah.
Crow, but Bifuriten chooses instead to discard a pair
Mhm.
and hope to draw around the 8 mon.
Yeah. Again, kind of washing around, may draw into Tenpai again. Oh,
1
does kind of get back there, Itsu, but oh, we have a Ricci on the right.
Yeah, Tsumugiri, actually, so that was Tenpai before.
Oh, it was Tenpai before, you're right. We're now waiting on the 2/5 mon.
Oh, Crow draws it. Does not discard it.
Yeah.
Finds the
I
safe
noticed
route.
Crow's defense is very strong.
Absolutely. I love watching Crow play.
Hmm.
It just seems so many times Crow ends up drawing the winning tile
Yeah.
and then not discarding it, playing around, using
playing
it.
around it, and even sometimes getting into Tenpai with it. It's actually really something I would like to learn, I guess.
Yeah, now, of course, they're in a very comfortable position where they don't need to fight for hands.
Yeah.
But it's not just this set of 4 Hanchan where this has been happening. It's been all season long.
Clearly.
And this is a great starting hand for dealer.
I see what already an Anko of 5-so, acceptance on the 3-so Dora, and nice shapes everywhere else. Ooh,
It chooses not.
honest. Yeah, I would say to drop the 1, still accepting the 3-so, but could
Gives you-
still make his 5-so Anko into a pair. But
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so flexible. 7, 8, 8, 4, 5, 5. You actually got
hmm
too many of those types of shapes.
Right. Oh, it's another pair. Oh no, does not choose to even entertain the thought of going Jitoi.
With 2 9s so discarded, that shape gets a little harder, but you'd rather have the 6 anyway, right?
Yeah, I think so.
A pair of
Does
West.
draw into does complete the 6, 7, 8 in Mon.
Oh, good. So that's Ishan 10 now.
Mm-hmm.
Would be using the 5 pin as the pair currently.
Yeah, hand across, looking like it wants to get the West call. Also draws another pair. And strengthens the 7, 8, 8 so shape and drops the 5 pin for dealer.
And the West has actually been discarded once, so it might be hard for Travis to grab the second so easily. And Brian just keeps drawing pairs.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Now has 2. It has Yamen. Would really, really want to just draw Adora and just fix everything, but you know.
Well, even Adora's awkward because now
Gee.
you're not Tenpai.
Oh, good point.
But
Besides, forget it. Just gonna go for Tanya.
3 6 pin
Yeet.
left in the wall, and Ricci now on the West and 6 mon for Travis.
Ooh.
There's 1 West in the wall and no 6 mon. Oh, there's a door. You can drop the 4 though. That's exactly what happens. It seems fairly safe here because you can see almost all the 5s.
Yeah.
And then the 1 has also been discarded.
Draws another 6 pin, but again, does not deal it.
Oh, this could be Chitoi at this point.
Jeez, yeah, you're right.
Crow just playing it safe though.
No impetus to really push.
Don't.
6 pin does get drawn by Travis and must
And
be
comes right
discarded.
out. Yep.
So Brian will claim the Ricci sticks plus 3 Homba. One Homba 300,
Yeah, one home by 300.
and then the
yeah.
2900.
Yeah. So quite a big hand, and all said and done.
Yeah, making that push for first place overall.
Yeah.
Still has a bit of ground to make up and might have a little bit of trouble doing it with this hand. As we can see around the table, everyone else looking to have something slightly better. To the right, there's a chance at Ipeko, possible 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku. Across the, on the left rather, Crow's got the Chun pair and can call to speed things up there.
Yeah.
Could even have grabbed that Chuso, gone Otozuke, waiting for the Chun to come out.
And the only door we see on the table is completely alone in the hand across the way.
That being the 8, so yeah, one
Yeah.
also drawn by
Oh.
Crow just now. So
Yeah.
that hand has only improved, and Chun
And
ポン
called.
yeah.
9 pin discarded. And we'll be waiting for another Chuso to come out.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. It came out once from the player to your left. So you think, well, if they draw it again, it'll come out again.
Right? Yeah. We are
But also-
headless Ishanten for dealer, I believe.
Indeed it is. We need to pair something up
Mm-hmm.
in the so, because if you feel that 7, it's a kind of ugly shape.
Yeah.
Ooh, but now works around. Crow has actually upgraded the shape to a 2/5 weight. Oh, it draws another door, but it can't really use that easily, so throws it right back. And
Right.
Brian's shapes have improved by quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
Travis really wants to make usage of that 8 so.
Does pair up the 5 so.
Chooses to hang on to it for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the thought is, if I draw the 7, then I would like to have the 5/8 weight. The 7 so rather.
It probably because the 7, 7, 8, 9
Each.
is, I think is a little bit weird. It does indeed draw the 7.
Alright, so we do have that 5/8 weight. 8, of course, being the Dora. We see no Dora left in the wall, and no Chuso left in the wall either.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the 2/5 weight, there's actually 1 5 so left in the wall, but Crow not willing to push the Manzu tile.
Yeah.
Manzu do look dangerous. So 6 pin is the choice. Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
to the right we see Tenpai on Tanyao for
Yep,
Daniel,
rating only on 6 pin.
which just came out.
Both just came out twice. Always unfortunate. There's one left. It is Genbutsu to the Richi, so
Travis
should-
might push it. I mean, it
should
just
they
came
run out
out.
of save tiles, yeah.
Was 4 safe?
I think in this position, you kind of want your Tenpai more than anything, so.
True.
May not be inclined to break their Tenpai for safety and try and.
Well,
Push
not
other
quite in
tiles.
Tenpai, and didn't end up grabbing it in the
Yeah.
end, so a little bit unfortunate. But we'll have a chance as Dealer will continue pressing on.
mhm. Feels like a pretty long game.
Yeah, it has been. Well, 3 Dealer repeats for Brian certainly will increase
Mhm.
the length, and this hand looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
You've got all the shapes you need technically. Those couple are weaker, but it's a good starting point, and you're gonna
Yeah.
only
things to work
improve them as
towards.
time goes on. Let's see, to the right. Not amazing.
Not
Maybe an
much,
outside
yeah.
chance at 79 Sanchoku. But
Yeah.
you've got a
Or
Dora.
Chanta, Jinchan, perhaps.
Oh yeah, Chanta looks like a good option a good way to use the Dora.
Yeah.
Across the way, fairly normal hand. To the left, Crow is working with also fairly normal shapes. Yeah, one of those hands where everyone's going to be building.
Yeah. We see one Dora in each of the hands to the right and to the left, hoping to pair those up, I imagine.
Just slow going here. I'm not sure if we mentioned the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku chance for Brian as dealer.
Oh, yeah. Does have that lone. I know people who are more experienced see like the 2 and consider it part of a Sunstroke. I see a lone pair, like a tile. And the Dora is paired up for Crow on the left, and would love to call that and just speed their hand along.
Yeah, all of a sudden that hand has become really expensive. Just one call and you've got Mongun.
Yeah. Ooh, does complete the 1, 2, 3. No longer has the 2 pin, but
Yeah, now you're wishing you had it back.
yeah.
But it made sense to some degree because there's a chance to make Ipeco.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, yeah, does also, keep that chance if you draw the 3 cell.
I kind of like
Oh.
keeping the 7 mon around just to make the 7
yeah,
dimension.
I agree. Does draw a 1 pin that would have helped with that 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku.
We're probably regretting it now, but you have to build with what you've got currently.
Mhm.
So yeah, I like this play. Drop the 1 mon because you've kind of given up your Sanshoku chance. Now you think 2 other chances to make value, and Tanyao is a possibility. You draw the 6
Yeah.
pin, for example, and here it
Draw a
is.
6 pin,
Gee.
drop, and just drop the 9 pin. And now you really want this 3 so because it would confirm both Tanyao and Ipeco
And Pinfu.
and Beanfoot. That's even better.
Oh,
Yeah.
Crow got
if
the
we do
Dora
see-
from
Mhm.
Travis, and SJS is just Daniel had to push his out.
Yeah, and is now just Yamen Ishanten for what I assume is a Mangan.
Yes, I'm not seeing any other value, so it looks like it's going to be big hand for Crow. See how the rest of the table reacts to this.
Mhm.
Oh, there's the three so.
Ooh.
1
Is
Oh,
this
pushes it
already
out.
a confirmed Mangan, or does...
Yeah, Ricci, Tanyao, Pinfu, Ipeco is going to be Mangan
Yeah.
either on Sumo
Each.
or Roan. Oh, but a chase from Travis. So it's 5-8 for
Waiting.
dealer.
Possibly Pico there too.
4-7. Oh, but the 5 comes out.
4
Oh no.
And this is going to be a
That's
huge
pretty
hit.
big hand.
12K.
Yeah.
I mean,
Puts
Travis
out
had a great
first.
hand as well.
Mhm.
But the dealer's tile comes out first. And of course, Crow called into Tempai there, was waiting, I believe, for 7 mon. But the 5 pin came out first. And Brian now
I was
claims the
perfectly
lead.
happy to not have dealt into that. It's just like,
Absolutely.
okay, cool. Pass your points around.
So do you call Pon here if you're
Pon.
Crow? Does do so, sees the Honitsu and starts pushing
Yeah.
forward with it.
ポン
Second call made, now 2 tiles away from Tempai.
Mhm.
Unfortunately,
Love
now
to
the
pair that.
3s are getting collected in Brian's
Yeah.
hand. And Brian looking actually really strong here.
2 already, Uncle.
2 away from Tempai, yeah.
Mhm. Would need to break up one of them for a pair or find a pair somewhere else. But
Right, but that's so wide then. That means that you
Mhm.
can pair it 4-5
Gee.
in the mon, 5-6 in the pin, 6-7 in the so.
oh yeah, it just calls for a quick Tanya, it looks like.
Yeah, the 2 mon was a little interesting. Technically more efficient to drop the 9 there.
Yeah.
Because
Could
then you
call the 2 mon right back. If-
Yeah, right? Might hang on to the 6 instead of the 9, but
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
goes and drops it immediately. Just just on the off chance that you draw Dora 7.
Yeah. Because it wouldn't break. It wouldn't mess with your Tanya.
No,
play,
you just
so.
shift the shapes around a little bit.
Mhm.
Okay,
Across the way, there is actually an almost a 7-8-9 Sanshoku.
being built in hand, just missing the 8 pin. There's 2 left on the
Mhm.
wall. Crow does decide to drop the Dora 7 mod, so willing to push that against the dealer. Tanyao call, perhaps because the 6 was called earlier and then a 6 was discarded. Maybe feeling like with 3 6s visible, it's hard to use the 7 unless there's a pair, which I guess would be the worst case scenario. But Tempai now found for Crow. Tempai
Oh,
also
boy.
found for Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't
For-
take it.
I wonder why. Maybe he feels the
No.
setup is dangerous.
It is dangerous in the Honitsu hand, but instead the weight was the
Mhm.
3 pin, and that comes right out from Travis.
Yeah.
Deals into the Bakahome, But that's exactly, that's totally fine if you're in Crow Shoes. Stop the
Yeah.
dealership, move to South 4, and let's see what we can do in the final round.
It's not Baka if it just pushes the game forward to a
Exactly.
favorable end. Yeah.
And we see,
Oh, possible 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku for sure.
yeah,
Infu at least. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I'm also seeing a possible Tenho freeze. So I think I'm
okay,
going
that's not
to
on my end. Refresh that. Yeah.
throw a quick refresh in. Now, the last time I tried doing this, the game ended before we got back in.
This may actually happen. That's kind of unfortunate.
There were some dragons, so a couple quick calls, and all of a sudden, oh
It'd be
yeah, this is
done.
going so slow.
Uh-oh.
Why do you do this?
Maybe it's because the game ended.
Yeah, it just doesn't know how to handle this.
hmm
It's like loading cannot compute. Yeah, normally this is not how long it takes to load up a Tenho game.
Okay. So
But like the
maybe
past
it's
few
because
days
it's
have been
ended.
really bad for my
There have
internet.
been a lot of like technical issues the past couple days.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I think it's just your computer being overworked with all the streams you've had to be the streamer for. I feel.
Well, yeah, some things I think are just computer based, but I think this is actually just an internet issue that's outside of my hands.
Very
Like
possible.
normally, even when I'm not streaming, this shouldn't happen, but it is kind of happening. And so I think this is
Mhm.
not just a stream thing, but my internet service provider is.
That's always the worst.
It used to be that I couldn't play ladder matches because I would disconnect every single game.
Right. I
And
do know
that got
like,
resolved.
If you were to disconnect 3 times, it just permanently kicks you out of the game. I remember that happening very early in the season
Mm.
for a game on stream, and it was very unfortunate.
Almost there. Almost there. Come on,
We'll see if it gives us at least the end of the game.
please. You could do this. All right.
What do we get?
The game ended.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, classic Tenho. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's see. I've learned my lesson from last time. And rather than going into the log to see what happened, I'm just going to start loading the next game.
Right. And if you wanted to know the end results of the previous game, it was Brian with a score of positive 36.7, Crow with a score of positive 21.0, Daniel with a score of negative 16.9, and Travis with a score of negative 40.8.
So it looks like the positions didn't really change in that
Yeah.
match then.
It looked like the last hand was just a Richi Hatsu for 2,600.
Was that Crow winning that hand?
Yes, it was Crow in the end. So.
Okay. I did remember seeing the Hatsu pair in Crow's
Mhm.
hand at the start.
So as we expected, it was a pretty quick hand that just ended up going fast.
All right. Well, it looks like the next game is a couple minutes away, so maybe by the time this is loaded, we'll be at the start. And that will be the final match of this set. We have gone through. They played all 4 today. It seems like more groups are playing all 4 in this week.
Yeah, just I guess it's a stark contrast from last session where everything was pushed like really late. Just a lot of unfortunate delays. This time where everyone was like, "Get it done now," and
It is summer. People have folks have things to do, places to be.
I do wonder like how the mindset differs, because I know my brain cannot particularly take more than 2 Hanchan in a row, like high stakes Hanchan in a row. I could sit down and play, like Mahjong Soul's Ladder for a while and just essentially just click tiles, how they call it. But like for I know for Armel, I can't really focus on a high stakes game for a long period of time. It's too much thinking, and I start to you start to see the steam come out of my ears. I just start to overload a bit.
Yeah, I know when I'm playing super seriously, I like analyze every single thing that I can. And so it is kind of similar thing for me, although I think for the sessions where we've played all 4, I think it's gone all right for me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't think
A
of.
lot of my issue, I bet, is just that I'm relatively inexperienced. So there's always like all of the information that's coming in. I'm not entirely used to processing, so too much of it at the same time does kind of overload me. Also, do we have a? Can we refresh the standings to see how we are in terms of
Oh, you're right.
what's it? Okay.
Are they up now?
Yeah, they are. So
Great.
this does put Daniel up into, or drop Daniel closer to that cut line. I believe he was a little bit closer. Yeah, I believe he was ahead of John. Oh, and we've started the game, so never mind.
There we go.
Yeah,
All right, so right into things. Travis, dealer, making Honitsu.
yeah,
To the right, Tanyao. Across the table, Chanta. To the left, Tanyao. And those are the hands.
yeah. Seeing a lot of non Yakuhai pairs, but I suppose it doesn't really matter with the Honitsu hand because everyone Honitsu.
Yeah, you would of course love to pair up the East, as that's double value.
Yeah.
And we see
And
one.
the hand on the right has 3 Dora,
Oh,
by the way, so that's a nice and shiny hand.
yeah, I forgot to check the door as I was going around. So yeah, call anything for Tanyao there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Ishan 10 hanging on to what should be, what is an extremely safe Haku for
Yeah.
when Crow reaches Tenpai.
本
Ooh, does call for to push the Honitsu along. Still would need to pair something up.
Yeah, it's still far away. To the left, there's a chance at making a 3-4-5 Sanshoku, as Daniel drew the last Dora into hand,
Mm-hmm.
or rather drew the 5 to make use of the Dora in the most efficient possible way.
Yeah, instead of the 2-4, you have the 4-5 John Men, which is always much nicer to deal with.
Absolutely. And now Crow has a slightly wider So shape, so
Mhm.
playing efficiency over safety.
Ooh, here is a turning point. You call this. Does not. And pairs up the East as a reward for immediately.
Yeah, I might have been tempted to call that, actually.
I think I would too, personally.
But Crow could call it to Tenpai here now that the 5 has been discarded, if you're willing to push the 8.
1
I think he will. And he does.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Now it's a 1-4-8 weight. Cannot win on the 1. So really just looking for the 8 pin here. Across the table we see reach from Brian.
You
Reach
would
pin
want a 4,
Yeah.
the last Dora, but we know that that's not currently an option because it's probably not going to come out.
The 1-4 weight as well for Brian, so potentially very expensive double roan if Daniel were to.
And the 4-4-2-3 kind of weight, like the same thing.
That actually means that. Oh, I was just about to say that it's only the 8 that's left in the wall, and there it is.
Oh, for Tanya Dora 3 for Manga. Just like that.
It's not the first time we've seen that happen for Crow today.
Yeah. Oh, and the hand is absolutely plays itself where, instantly gets double pawn and is discarding Man for what I assume is going to be Honitsu, some number of Yakuhai.
Yeah, we could see a Honitsu here. And now, decision point.
Yeah. May not even be Honitsu, actually. May want to keep a Dora, the Kodora suit.
Also,
may just continue to draw honor tiles.
Drop it to 7, so it indicates Chanta, although backfires.
Oh, you're right. Oh, backfires immediately.
Yeah, what's better there, the Honitsu or the Chanta?
I think you just hope to draw all of the honors and go for Tsuizo, because at this point...
Clearly, yeah. It's definitely the better play.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. There's a 2-mod draw. So now Honitsu online.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Chanta Online.
Chanta Online, yeah. Well, honestly, it could still be Honitsu if you decide to drop the Honitsu and Chanta if you drop the 1-2 so now.
That's true. Possibilities are endless. I
The
mean, you
possibilities
draw
are endless.
an honor pair, and it's a completely valid play. Pon
Mhm.
Pon, wait on honor Tanki. All right,
Yeah.
let's look around at the other hands though. To the left, Travis has made an interesting call.
2, 3, 4.
1
Looks like an early K10 call.
Yeah,
Across the table, Daniel's pushing for the Honitsu.
as well. In Mon, though.
That is the Dora suit. Now, Honitsu Dora 1, currently. To the right, looks like a Pinfu hand, Ishanten.
Does have a nice possible eventual Saman-chan shape with the 3.567 of so.
Plays
1
super efficient, but does drop the 6 mon into Daniel's Honitsu. So this is a 5-8 mon wait.
For, I believe that is only Honitsu. No, Honitsu Dora.
Right.
Honitsu Dora.
So 3 of the 5-8s left in the wall. Technically
you-
Tempai for Crow.
If you draw another Dora, do you drop the South and go for Chinitsu?
You could also drop the 7 and take the Mongon wait.
1
So Chinitsu would be Chinitsu Dora 2. This is Hanemon. I guess it could be technically be Dora 3. Oh, that's an awkward draw for Travis. Who again can't win this hand, so is not inclined to drop the Monzu at this point.
Makes sense.
Crow still Tempai on that 3-so. Would love to draw a 9 pin before finding the 3-so.
A lot of these tiles are already dead, though. The 5-8 mon, there are, I see, I think there's only 2 left because he is showing, no, 3 left. 1 8 mon and 2 8 mon, 1.
Oh, you're right. There are one
and
each
one.
left.
Yeah, 1 of each. All of the orange tiles, I'm just like, I can't read them all.
Uh-oh, well, there's one. Oh, Crow pushes it. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, that is not something I expected, especially knowing it's a clear Honitsu, but decided it was worth going for that, I suppose, only double tone.
Yeah, 2,900, 3,900, that's about the same value.
Right.
But of course, you get dealer repeat. You can could have even made that a 5,800 point hand if you could draw the 9 pin first. So,
Yeah.
and again, dealing in it will have almost no impact on Crow's final standings.
Right.
So just pushes
And
the
as
game
we've
along.
seen, also somehow manages to just get big hands later on when it looks like, he may be falling behind.
Yeah, I think that might have been the first time that we've seen Crow get hit in a few games now.
Yeah. He normally plays around it so masterfully, so it's almost like a surprise when he does deal in.
Right, like throws away Tempai for it, but decided to keep it that time. We see 2 quick calls, June for Travis, who's aiming for 1-3 Sanchoku perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe been thinking about dropping the 7-pin pair to make Chanta, Chanta, because of the June call.
Yeah.
And to the left, we had a call for Tanya Dora 2 from Crow, potentially Dora 3 if you can call another Dora 7-so.
Or just draw the 6-so, and now you're Yamen Tempa, Ishanten.
Yeah, you would need to get the other 6, though. There's 2 remaining in the wall.
Correct.
Okay, here's another Chi. Ishanten.
Oh.
Headless.
Oh.
This is such a weird hand.
I know. The 3 may come out from the hand on the right because it does pair it up anyway. So now we are definitely only waiting on the 3-so for Chun Chanta.
But the S comes out, and that's Yakuhai, so now we're going to have Chun Sha Chanta. And the 1-so is more likely to come out than the 3, even.
Oh, if it only was just 1s, it would. Oh.
Could have even switched the weight there, but
Yeah.
there would only be one remaining, so.
Yeah. I was just looking at the possible Honroto had the 1, 2, 3 not been called.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
1
Okay, we see another call now. Crow and Tempai for the 6. So,
ポン
6 so only. Yeah.
switches it up. Now, Shampoo, 3 mon, 7 mon. And actually, Brian is Tempai with Tanya with Pico Dora 2. That's actually a massive hand waiting on the 7 pin. 2 have been discarded early and 1 called to the left, so only one left in the wall.
Yeah.
Crow finds it simple.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Of
things
course
were getting
that-
really exciting there.
Yeah. 4,000 points. 1,000, 2,000.
And we move on to
Mm-hmm.
East 4. Ooh, Dealer
That
Anko.
was a hand. Ooh.
All right, I like the start. Ishanten after the first discard. What could go
Yeah,
wrong?
Already double tone. Yeah.
Just throw out a 3 pin. Oh, okay, I guess that could go wrong. He's like,
Yeah.
which dragon do I get rid of? And you. I picked the wrong one. I feel like they happens way too often.
It's just like why I don't like Titoy. It's like, no matter what, you're going to pick the wrong pair at least twice.
This is now a much wider Ishanten for SJS. You can draw 3 pin, 2 pin, 1 mon, 6 so, 9 so.
Mm-hmm. Hand on the left does have 2 Anko already.
Ooh, that's exciting. So
Mhm.
Ishanten there would find Tempai on the 3 mon or the 4/7. So, of course, I would love to just see more pairs.
Maybe going for a Suanko. That would be cool. We've already had 1 Yakuman today.
Why not 2? Also,
Yeah.
Luce had the Chinroto earlier, but also multiple Ishanten
Yeah.
for other Yakuman.
Yeah. I recall the, what was it? Daisangen, but never came around to it.
At Daisangen, also Ishanten a couple times for Suako, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of
That's pretty
Ishanten,
incredible, actually. That's a lot.
yeah, I know Jeremy was talking earlier about all the Yakuman that he was seeing in his games,
Mhm.
and it feels like Yakuman are starting to come out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Weather's heating up, so are the Yakuman. Oh, and there's another pair for Crow now,
Each.
or for Brian, sorry.
Mhm. Oh, but we do have the completed shape, and now it's 2 pin
1
for what I believe is just double tone.
Yeah, Ricci double tone. To the left, we
Ricci
see
double tone.
Brian does choose to fight Ricci only, but possible Sananko if you sumo the 4 pin or 4 so.
That's exciting. So we're waiting on 2 different shampoos.
Yeah, okay, who's got the
Gee.
better weight here?
It looks
see.
like, well, dealer is waiting on 1 of each, and hand on the left is waiting on 1 4-pin, 2 of the 4 so.
So 3 versus 2. Brian on
Yeah.
the left with a slight advantage as far as tiles in the wall. But the 1 mon more likely to come out than
People, yeah.
say a 4 pin.
Also the 2-pin, I would say, is closer to the edge.
Sumo.
And is Suji trapped? Oh, he does try it. So that
Reach,
is 2.
sumo, double tone, Mangan. And that's great for Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
That'll actually skyrocket him all the way up to first place.
Definitely a big influx of points.
Yeah, given Daniel's standings right now, right on the cutoff point for promotion, so
Mhm.
would be a big result if you could end up in first place here.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, who's got the best hand?
Who's got the best hand? Who's got the best hand? Now looking like hand on the right. I would say probably Pinfu and Dora. No Dora, but can accept 1. Dealer's hand not looking too bad either, but would need to possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, I would say.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hand to the left, not bad either, but Travis on the right just keeps drawing well. Can discard
yeah,
the...
no.
Oh, that's interesting.
going for Tanya, I suppose, as well.
Tanya and Sanshoku, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little greedy, but maybe Travis
Does need it.
needs
it. Yeah.
Yeah, at negative 33, this is game number 4. You got to take the opportunities when you can get them. So perhaps that is the play. And if you're going to greed, you might as well do it early in the hand, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, if you do draw the other side with the 4-pin, you are still actually going to be furry 10 because of it'll be a 147 pin weight eventually.
Yeah, that does make it rather awkward. Let's see, the hand on the left was also looking good. Now is Ishan-ten actually for Pinfu, Dora 1.
Mm-hmm.
リーチ
Tenpai for Richie, Pinfu, Dora 1. Waiting on the 1-4 Mon.
See 3, 1 mon kind of out. Well, we can see 3. There are 2 visible to the player.
Yeah, 1 Mon
And-
actually. Oh,
Sumo.
there it is.
Oh boy.
This is Mangon or
Ichitsu, Pinfu, Dora,
Uda.
and 1 for Haneman.
So Uda makes that rather painful for Daniel. He has to pay 6,000 instead of
Mm-hmm.
4,000.
Squishes the standings up in first just a little bit closer, and unfortunate for Travis. Yes, no, yeah, got it. But who does have his second dealer to try and climb back into this game?
And this is a pretty reasonable hand. You could actually incorporate Dora twice and go for some type of Pinfu, or you could make Sanshoku. There's a couple ways that this could turn into a little bit more value.
That 6 helps. Definitely could have a 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku.
Yeah, or you
Even
could,
2, 3, 4.
Mhm. You even technically have Yamen, like 4 different Yamen shapes.
Right.
If you drop all your Pinzu, instead chooses to push for Tanyao here, which is
as well,
probably the
that's
better
the-
route, as it gives you
Right.
the chance at
Ooh,
calling.
yeah.
7, 8, 9 Sanshoku possible to the right. Of course, there's a door in
Mhm.
hand there as well, so it doesn't necessarily need to push all out for it.
Mm-hmm.
See, across the table, there's a Dora, the Anko of the
Also
5-pin.
possible Itsu now, but still pretty far away.
Yeah, it gives that up in favor
Oh,
of
gives it up. You're right.
going for the Ricci. Let's see, Tushan-ten though. And to the left, lots of Tanyao tiles.
Pairs, uncle, yeah, some pairs, 4 pairs.
1
Technically an uncle as well.
Alright, how about this? Sanshoku Doko on the 6s.
That sounds fun.
I'm a fan.
I love to see it. Yeah.
1
Oh, and Travis choosing the open route, Ishan-ten now for Tanyao.
Mhm.
Could still use a Dora 5 mon.
Yeah. Pick the other side for the 6, 7 weight. Now would really
Oh.
like to get this. Oh, that's one of the 6s.
But Tenpai
Right now,
found for
Tenpai,
Travis.
Yeah. On the 2, 5 mon.
4 left in the wall.
Would really like the fire to add some semblance of value to this hand, but at least as dealer, you'd get to go again, have another chance at it. There are 2 uncle on the hand across the way for a possible. So uncle, draws another 5, so wouldn't have mattered really in the end, but
Right. Kind of fortunate for Daniel to have drawn the 3 mon there. Now there's a chance to make Tenpai without discarding the 2. And if the 6-0 comes out, you can actually call that and take the 1-4 weight and win on the 1.
相撲
Oh, but 5 is
With-
drawn. That's perfect.
that is Tanya Dora for 3,000, and does get him just that little bit closer.
Yeah, $500 okay. $1,000 all is twice as good.
Yeah.
Brian makes the early south call. There's aiming for a fast end here. There's not a lot of value here. Who's
He's
got the
looking for
value?
value? It seems like.
And
That would have been his only chance to get that south call as well, given that it is the door indicator.
Yeah, that is a good point. So you had to make the decision right there and then. It made the decision quite quickly, in fact. Daniel actually dropped the Dora on the first discard, and no one else seems to have it, so looks like Dora isn't going to be the play here. In fact, Fast Hands seems to be the name of the game. Crow also calling the Chun with a very speedy-looking hand. Can call twice more in the Pinzu, and now drawing you that 8-mon has all the shapes necessary to win.
Mm-hmm.
The pair will be the Tuso, and then you have 3 Nihamen shapes to finish it out.
It does get the Liangkan shape in, so is I want to say Liangshanten.
Yeah,
7
5, 5, 8, 8 being, Shampoo weight would be awkward, especially with an 8
Yeah.
pin already being discarded and the 5 pin being in the middle, so easily used. But
Ooh,
Brian pushing
we are
forward
now-
now with a perfect
no,
Ishanten.
홈
Yes.
Picks the call for Tenpai, 2 5 so is the weight. 2 left in the wall.
Mhm.
Tuso might come out of Travis' hand if he manages to draw the 5 so, but that's unlikely as
Also,
there's one
Crow,
left.
maybe,
1
does now have a pair to replace the two so should he choose to drop it, but
Right, and now the Tuso looking kind of safe against that reach. And at
mhm.
least it's Suji, although you'd probably
Sumo.
just drop the Haku first.
Yeah. Oh, and it's sumoed anyway for non-only.
Does get the Ricci stick donation from Daniel though,
Mhm.
and we move to South 2. It's Crow's dealership.
And that was just enough to put him just 1,500 or so points behind first place.
So now you're a lot more willing to perhaps call for open Tanyo, as Brian on the right has, the sort of hand that
Mm-hmm.
is kind of set up for that, except for the 1-2 pin
4, 5,
penchant.
6. Sanshoku is also a possibility.
Yeah, it chooses in fact to drop that 1 immediately. So
Yeah.
hangs on to the Dora Hatsu. Could pair that up to make it an extremely
There are
valuable
none
hand.
around the table, so it is particularly lucky at the moment.
Speaking about other hands at the tables, to the left, Travis, Ishan 10 already.
リー
Chance
チ
for Ipeko, but Crow gets there first.
Yeah, with Richi Nomi.
Yeah, now
Nomi-
8-mon you were gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, how do you feel about early reach on 8-mon Kanchan with 1 discarded already?
Early deal reaches are the most frustrating thing to play against. And so I will always do it just because I like to make everyone want to tear their hair out and be like, I don't want to deal with this. There's nothing to defend. Looking at the discards, what do I do?
Yeah,
So I'll do it every time.
the only route for improving the shape here is really to just draw 6-mon.
Come on, there's nothing particularly there to make it better. So I wouldn't do it. I don't know.
I mean, you could decline the Tenpai and drop the 9-mon instead and just hold on to a floating 7-mon or Force. So, but what you just said, early dealer reach puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the table. The worst thing is if someone has a hand worth fighting with. Say you had an uncle of Dragon Dora.
Yeah.
Then you might get punished, but in this case, everyone is full.
If you saw, if someone had already called a Dora pawn, then I don't think I would do it as readily.
Mhm.
But with nothing going on the table that you can see, I would personally go for it. I think all the time.
The 8-mon became Suji soon after, but
Yeah.
has yet to be discarded.
But also is pretty well incorporated, unfortunately, into the hands of the other people. So, just tosses that Dora straight back out, and that'll probably, bring
Yeah.
other people to toss the Dora when they get to it.
Travis, being the one willing to do so, actually kind of needs to fight for the hands.
Yeah. At the very least, would like to get Tenpai at the end of it, just to get the points, because
Just could not find it.
Yeah. that's
Daniel
really
not dropping the
unfortunate.
tiles that he needed to call.
Mhm. Those frustrating things where you are literally pushing absolutely anything into a first row dealer Rishi just to get Tenpai and you can't get it. It's so sad sometimes.
And while still tight at the top, Crow now barely in third, only by 100 points, and just out of range
Yeah.
of first even. with a beautiful starting hand.
Yeah. There's only one other dragon around the table, and the hand on the right does have some dragons, hopefully drawing. No, I don't think so. But hey, maybe. Ooh, possible Ipeco chance now for dealer.
Oh
with
yeah,
an E4
drawing.
pin draw.
So this could be extremely expensive. Ricci, Pinhu, Tanyao, Ipeco. Mongon minimum there.
Possible Dora too, should you draw that.
Yeah, and actually, there are some worlds where you keep that 7 mon
Mm-hmm.
because then you can draw the Dora for Tenpai.
Yeah.
So you got the 1/4 weight plus the 6.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm wondering if that was better than retaining the 7 so here.
Ooh. That's an interesting draw.
Well, now you can drop the 4 pin for Perfect Ishanten.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But instead chooses this route. You still get the 8 so for Tenpai here. Well, doesn't call it because then you'd be on the 1/4 weight and that doesn't look very good.
Mm-hmm. Especially once opened, I would probably only be 4 mon, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's another pair. So now what do you do?
Ooh, how many is that? 4 now?
It's 5.
5 now. Oh. Ugh. Oh, drops the 2 mon. Probably keeping that
It keeps Dora inclusion alive. It also the 2 mon was twice cut, so unlikely to make a pair.
1
Oh,
Right.
Tenpai across the way. We were busy watching Crow's Hand, and Daniel has found Tenpai on the 6/9 pin for Ricci, Pinfu, Dora.
Ooh, that's pretty shiny.
Only 2 of the tiles remaining. 1 6 and 1 9 in the wall. Travis on the left had been building this Chinitsu hand.
Mm-hmm. Definitely looking a little tough to complete with how far away it is now.
Especially after drawing Dora, that looks...
But again, has to push, right?
Yeah, and once again,
Given
Daniel
the
not
game
dropping...
state.
Daniel not dropping any Pinzu tiles.
Mm-hmm.
So not helping the hand progress at all.
Yeah.
All the Pinzu tiles getting stuck in Crow's hand and Brian's hand.
Yeah. Ooh, does get one of them right there. That's always nice.
Yeah, pushes the Dora. It just became safe as Daniel discarded it.
Yeah. So.
There's another one.
Oh yeah. Just
Okay.
needs one more that fits to.
There just aren't enough tiles in the wall.
Oh yeah, that's right. And yet again, just cannot get Tenpai in time.
Ishanten at the end of it for a monster hand. But this time the dealership moves and we're over to Brian's last dealership. I like the starting hand.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, but almost one Summon-chan, 2 Liang-men. Would like to pair something up outside of that. Did we freeze again?
I think we did. I'm so nervous to hit the
Uh-oh.
hit the refresh.
Oh, we're really close to the end, like what could be the end of the game.
Yep, here we
Is this
go.
just the game crashing,
You know, maybe that's what happens. We get to the end of the game and
and it just dies.
yeah. Okay. This is going a little faster. Almost halfway there.
Yeah, it's faster. I don't think it's the case yet.
Okay, it was out 3, so could they possibly finish 2 hands by the time
Eh,
it takes to
It's
refresh?
within the realm of possibility, at least. But with how long these games have, these hands have gone, maybe not. We've had 2 Ryokokus in a row, so I think everyone is playing pretty safe and not dealing right away. So it probably won't be that quick. But we were surprised by it last time, so it could happen.
Yeah, I think, let me take a look at the... Daniel had been in first for a while, but it got really tight. Do you remember who was in the lead at that moment? I think Daniel just won 3,000 and no 10 payments, so probably was in the lead there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he probably just expanded a little bit, I believe.
And then it was really tight as Crow and Brian were also fighting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the last hand,
stare at the screen once more.
if we happen to get into the game, I'm not going to switch the dealership around just to avoid anything.
Any possible reloading shenanigans. And this is going to take us pretty close to the start of our playoff match, B2 playoff match, right?
I think so.
For like 20 minutes or so, I believe.
Indeed, that might be the case.
Oh, we're through.
We're in.
Oh, we're still in East 3.
South 3, yeah. Ricci
So South 3, right.
for the dealer. Right, let's turn the volume on. So this is a Ricci Pinfu waiting on the 3-6. Oh, a 9 comes out.
Dong.
Deals into
Nine
Ricci
comes
across
back
the
and
table.
deals it. Yeah. Looks like an excited hand that we missed most of. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, oh, unfortunate.
Wait, a 3,900 hand became...
That was
Oh,
dealer.
because it was dealer. Oh, okay, right, because it's on the other side. Okay,
All
I
right,
was a little bit lost.
do I
I'm like,
dare switch player?
It's still East 3,
Ah,
right?
let's go for it. Okay, safe.
Hey. Looks good, looks good.
Yeah, sometimes doing the dealer switch causes it to freeze.
Mm-hmm. Dealer does have a pair of Haku and Adora, so could see some pretty good value from this hand.
One door in hand, any door around the table, one to the right, one to the left.
Well, hand to the right looks pretty fast with some good shapes, I would say.
Oh, that's Ishanten already. Kanchan to fill, but still Ishanten.
Yeah.
Across the table, two pairs. 3 pairs now, so that's a bit awkward. Might drop 9 so.
Perhaps. Dealer did just draw a 4th
G.
pair, I believe. So that's now in the works, which is fun.
Brian choosing
As we
not
can
to
see-
call the 6 bun.
Do 2 in each hand, in dealer's hand and on the left.
Yeah, so good choice there, actually. Would likely have been unable to complete the hand otherwise.
Mhm.
Also chooses not to take the 6-9 shape, the 7-8 mon waiting for 6-9, because that would involve
Right.
dropping Dora.
Yeah.
I'm sure Brian is thinking, maybe
Oh.
Chitoi is the route that this ends up going.
Yeah. And actually, we were talking about scores of the score previously. That hand did bring Brian up into first at this table.
Okay, so although Brian's scores won't count for the end of the season because Brian is a substitute, Daniel and Travis and
Gee.
Crow now, not going to get the plus 15 UMA unless something changes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually a winnable Tempai for Crow here, even though there's that honor
Come.
pair.
With
As
the
the
5, 6, 7 Sanshoku.
Yeah, the 7 mon will do it.
Ah.
Also, Rinshan would have done it too, but
Home.
he did not
Yeah.
manage to win that.
Ooh.
I wonder if the
Ishan
Hawk
10 for dealer as well.
still needs that 6.
Mhm.
1 left.
If they draw a Dora, do you think they drop the 7 mon into this Sanshoku Dora?
I think probably, actually. We'll probably play it as efficiently as possible, but if it becomes, your final weight, you have to choose one. I
Or
think
do
it
you
would.
con this 4-pin?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
That it does make sense because you can think of 3 of the 4s as an Anko and then call 3-6 to get it to Tempai. And
Because you
That
already
makes-
do have a confirmed Yaku with the South. Yaga.
exactly. Oh, this 4 I can't win.
Can't win on the 4.
Home.
Oh.
Home.
Well, that's unfortunate because what was going to be your Tonki is now gone. And, it draws the 7 immediately.
No.
That would have been a Furry 10 win.
Oh
And
my.
they just stuck to it.
Well, this is a different way to get there. It's Tanyao Tempai.
Yeah. Tanya Tempai.
we enter
Had they
Yukioku.
had gotten the form on it, would still have been the Sanshoku, I believe.
Yeah, it still would have been Sancho if you drop the 4 and then draw the 7. It would have been 50-10, but you could still win as long as you sumo.
Yeah.
So that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
That was Sancho Udora, so almost earned the number of points that would have happened anyway,
Gone. Yeah.
just from the Tempai payments. And we moved to... Wait, no, I switched dealer when I shouldn't have. That was still Brian's
No, it
dealership.
was, yeah, it's Brian's dealership.
Let's go right back.
1
Oh, dealer
Fast.
with Tudora, but Travis immediately getting Tempai on a 9-pin Hatsu weight, which seems like it'd be a pretty good weight.
All right, given the score situation here, would you pass up a 9-pin roam?
Oh. I mean, if Hatsu was, it is one more Han. I guess you would.
If you pass up the roam, then you're going to
If
get
it's
Hatsu
sumo,
and
no.
Sumo.
If it's Sumo, absolutely not.
Yeah,
But if it's a Ron, okay, well, you can hope that the dealer wins, I guess, or dealer repeats
right.
and try again, I guess.
So maybe one way to get that to happen is like the tile comes out, you sit on it and use all your timer to make it completely clear to the rest of the table that you're thinking about taking the roam, and then you don't take the roam. You're like, wait, he's 50-10, I can push now.
Yeah.
And then dealer gets Tempai, go to Yukoku.
I mean, the other option is just to Sumo the Hatsu. That would be great.
Yeah, that would be
I don't
ideal.
think all does that much in the long run anyway. It's not a particularly expensive hand. But
Yeah, you would need Uda 3. Oh, there we go. Okay.
yeah, told you. Richitsumo Hatsu no Ura. 7,400 though is a lot. Actually, that's a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I imagine it's the 4 Honba that adds quite a bit.
Yeah, it was the 5,200 point. Oh, shoot, I forgot. Okay. We still got there.
We're good.
And there was that freeze. I'm like, oh no, it's gonna freeze on us. We're gonna miss the last hand. But we got there.
Hand on the right looks like a pretty clear, just quick Honitsu. Well, you do have the
Could it just be Ricci with a
Clear
double
cut.
double pair? Sorry, the shampoo weight.
yeah shampoo weight on the Haku West.
And then we might be in the same situation where you decide whether or not to pass roam.
Yeah.
Instead, just chooses to go for the value here, which I think is
I mean, you could also just wait for Honba again and
right.
get some more of that. But
Travis going aggressive here for points, and that's certainly understandable. Going to force the Honitsu into play. Maybe you keep the 6-0 around and float the opportunity for Suanko.
something big like that. But
Across the
oh,
table,
but
Crow
you can't
looks like
just bet on that. Oh,
draws the East Anko as well, so this definitely looks like Honitsu there as well.
yeah.
I think I just said as well 3 times in one sentence.
That's okay.
Let's see, to the left, this looks like Tanyao, Pinhu,
I got
potentially.
Mifu, yeah.
If you could draw around the 6-mon pair, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, just Tanyao. And the dealer's hand also looking Pinfu-esque.
To fill in, grab a 2-pin.
Right.
Maybe just drop it and go and get Tanyao as well.
Ooh, Crow just keeps drawing Sozu.
Oh my goodness.
This is Tempai. Oh, chooses the North Tonki. Oh, that's incredible.
That's rude. The one cut North Tonki. That's quite rude. Oh.
That would have been
wider.
that would have been a Sumo if you chose the wider weight.
Mm-hmm.
It now has Ipeko Honitsu waiting on Peitonki.
Yeah. It would be just a little bit
Oh.
sad if both of them were in the dead wall.
We've seen that before, Brian trying to
Yeah.
end things. Calls pulling on the 6-mon. Oh, there it. Dude, he just knows.
do it.
He just knows. That's
Yeah.
8,000 points. That will end the game.
Yep.
He'll hurt Daniel just a
And
little
yet
bit more.
again, Crow up in the first place, ends the season with 12 first places.
Incredible. Well, let's get
Yeah.
the standings update so we can actually see that.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. 12
Yeah.
first place finishes, 7 second place finishes, only 3 thirds and 2 fourths. Just
That is a 19 out of 24 games he places first or second. That's pretty crazy.
that is totally insane. Plus 390.5 on the season. Unbelievable score. Basically, double the score plus some.
Yeah. Plus, although they still have, 4 more games, so it could
That's
be
true.
back to double after those games, which is still incredible.
And let's see. Daniel finishes just outside of the range currently
Yeah.
of promotion.
Would
Travis
need
dipped down
somebody
a bit, too.
above him to fall beneath him. in
Yeah,
those other
actually,
games.
that sumo by Crow is what caused it. Because
Mhm.
Daniel was over 30,000 and
Yeah.
actually loses 5.8 points here.
Right, because that was 2,000 away from Daniel, right? So that pushed him from above 30,000 to below 30,000.
Exactly, would have finished positive and within
Oh.
promotion. So Crow absolutely ruining Daniel's dreams. Of course, there is still a chance for Daniel to promote here.
Yeah.
We just need one of Albert, John, Stanley, or Aaron to drop below him in the standings. That certainly is possible.
And
It's
not
all
have more people beneath come up.
yeah, and not have Ryan come up and overtake.
Yeah, but that
Cool.
seems a little bit far. And I mean, it's not too far, actually. It's
60, 73 points.
73 points over 4 games is not super out of the ordinary, I'd say.
I mean, we've seen it happen
Yeah.
for sure,
Yeah.
but unlikely for the time being. So Daniel will sit and watch the remaining games to see what happens. We will also sit and watch the remaining games. Very excited to see what happens in the near future. And speaking of the near future, we've got a playoff match coming up soon.
B2, B3 playoff for B2A, I believe. No. The 2 and 3 matches were mixed between tables, with groups, I think. Never mind.
Yeah. So we are going to take a break. In fact, I think we're going to end this stream to give my computer a chance to cool down and perhaps dodge some of the issues for the playoff match that's going to start in, is that about 15 minutes? Just
Thank
quickly
you so much, everyone, for watching.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks Garrett for stepping in and helping out with the B1 broadcast. Thanks Ennui earlier for stepping in and broadcasting the A2 matches. Definitely was some thrilling mahjong and looking forward to the next set. So see you all in a little bit.